Jordan Maxwell has been on the cutting edge of new thought for over half a century. This is Secret Life of Symbols.
We think that we are getting better each day, and we have come from a more primitive society, but we are getting better every day and becoming more superior in knowledge and technology, when actually, in point of fact, we are digressing. We are moving away from what we were thousands and thousands of years ago. And I am of the opinion that our history has been vastly changed, and so that we don't really know the history of mankind on this earth. We are finding that there are temples on the ocean floor, pyramids, Machu Picchu, Chichen Itza, incredible structures of temples and knowledge which is displayed about the universe, about astrology, and the astronomical truths about the universe. The ancient, truly prehistoric and ancient people, they knew all about it. We are trying to catch up today to what they knew tens of thousands of years ago. We are finding everything that we think we know. It's already been here tens of thousands of years ago. There was a higher life forms on this earth than we are. I have a vision of, from the ancient world, were not what we would refer to as humans. I think that they looked like us maybe, or in some ways like us. They were far superior. The people, whoever they were, that built the Great Pyramid of Egypt, had an extraordinarily brilliant understanding of the earth, of our solar system, of the galaxy we are in, and all of the esoteric and profoundly important knowledge about life and the spirit of man and where we've come from and where we're going. And so it all implies that there was a far higher civilization all around the world. And the best science we have today are admitting that we're just trying to catch up with what the ancient peoples already knew. These ancient, brilliant builders and teachers, they didn't grow into that. They came in fully developed. When you look at Egypt as a classic example, if you go to the very beginnings of Egypt, it came in as an extraordinarily brilliant society of builders and knowledge, and then eventually devolved into what Egypt is today. But there was a time when Egypt was in its prime when it was founded. So it didn't kind of work up to, as we say, we're working up to some kind of a wonderful future. But Egypt didn't do that. It came in at its pinnacle. How is that possible? The only way it's possible is because when whoever this was that we call the ancient Egyptians, they were not of this world to start with. They came here knowing all that we still are trying to find out. So it implies that they were not from here. They came in fully understanding the whole universe. And they were able to do things with their temples and with the way that they laid out the pyramids. They knew things we didn't know, and we still don't know. And we're still trying today. In metaphysics and in occultism, religion, we're trying to find the bottom line that the ancient peoples, they already knew. There is obviously a high science behind the life, period. And all of the best of the best in our human life, like astrology and alchemy and all of the other, what I call sciences. Others would say, no, they're just belief systems. No, they're sciences, because when you really look into them, you begin to see that they're telling you things that scientists are just now beginning to realize. There's a higher occult or hidden. The word occult simply means hidden. And so there's obviously a higher science or an occult science behind mankind's ability to contemplate the spiritual aspects of life on the earth. Lots of ancient people already knew what we're trying to find out today. We know that the pyramids, say in Mexico and Central and South America, along with the great temples around the world, were solar temples. They were the center for astronomy. And so the ancient peoples were not looking for spiritual answers as such. They were looking at the actual universe and trying to figure out where we are, what we're doing, and what is the universe. And so from that inquiry into the actual setup of the way the universe operates, then from there they began to suspect that there was some kind of an unwritten powerful laws in the universe that guided the sun, the moon, the planets, and the whole of the solar system. They start off scientifically just looking for answers to what we're doing here, what is this? And from there they began to develop religions or philosophies, alchemy, astrology, medicine, and then human interrelationships. And then from there you get into all the other metaphysical pursuits. And that's why today the world is half scientific and yet half spiritual. But the spirituality did not come first. There's the regular interest in how the world works. That's what the ancient peoples built those great observatories for. They just wanted to study the heavens. But in doing so, it didn't take long till around the world, mankind that was viewing the heavens for science began to suspect that there's something else going on here. And now comes the world of spirituality. As I said, the word occult simply means hidden. So there are many hidden sciences that the really bright people who are looking into these things know about. But generally speaking, the world of mankind is not really well informed about alchemy and about these sciences of spirituality. But that's growing now too. So people are beginning to wake up to the spiritual relevance to your life of spiritual subjects. I think that there is something there that needs to be looked at, this whole idea of where man has come from, where he is right now, and ultimately where is he going to go with his knowledge and with his life and experiences. What is the reason why we're having the experiences that each of us do have each day? We're all growing, and hopefully we are growing far more intelligent and insightful and looking at the spiritual aspects of our life. That's a very important feature of being alive, is to not just live for the material world today, but start asking serious questions about where were you before you were born? And where will you be after you leave here, this earth? And what is the reason for our human life? And why are we learning so many hard lessons the hard way? There seems to be some sort of an overshadowing presence in the universe that men have called God, or some sort of an ultimate spiritual presence that is leading or directing our evolution. And if that be the case, which it seems to be, then maybe there is some hope yet for the human race. If enough people begin to wake up, spiritually speaking, and begin to look at their lives spiritually, then there might be hope for us yet, because this is why we are in the shape we're in today, because we are living in this me generation. And this generation that only cares about feeding itself and taking care of itself and enjoying itself, never realizing you have responsibilities to the world that you live in. and to help your fellow man to grow and to help educate other people. I can speak for myself in relation to the idea of why do we seek wisdom and spiritual knowledge. I have always understood that I have questions within myself that others can't answer. And for me, looking at these questions, they make a lot of sense to me. Why this and why that and why does this happen? So I have learned that to think deeply on these spiritual questions of life opened me up to a whole world of knowledge, because I realize how much I don't know. And I am also well aware of the spiritual implications of the laws in the universe around us. There are certain things you can do in this world and things you cannot do. And you will pay a terrible price for doing the things you're not supposed to do. And I am totally convinced that there is some sort of an overshadowing force in the world that wants us to grow. And this concept is even in Christianity, where you hear talk about good angels and bad demons and bad angels, implying that there are good forces, unseen forces out there, and then there are bad. And we know that there is something called good and bad, and there are certain things in all societies which are known to be bad and evil. I tend to think that there is something to this idea of reincarnation. And the reason why is because it is pretty much agreed upon by so many of the ancient religions and philosophers and great teachers of the world. My gut feeling is that we do come into this world with baggage from other lifetimes, and this is why we begin to become who we are because of who we were before. Another part of that story is that before we came and incarnated on this earth, that we chose a particular lifestyle, we're told and given to understand, and that we chose our own parents before we came here. I understand the spirit world enough to know that it's very possible that we were in a spiritual state, and then we incarnated into a physical state. Now, the rest of it is up for speculation. I'm totally convinced that there are very legitimate and real otherworldly, I choose to call it, otherworldly forces, spirit forces, demonic forces. There is no doubt in my mind about, because I've had too many personal experiences that tells me and proves to me that somebody's watching us, somebody's watching the human family. The very history of how America was founded, and the founding fathers, so to speak, what vision they had when they were putting together the idea to found this country. What was their vision? What were they thinking, and what were they actually working toward? And now that gets into the subject of Freemasonry, to the secret sciences like alchemy and political. There's a lot of political stuff in there too. You have to be careful about secret societies, because these different societies become very powerful and very wealthy, but they have an agenda. They have a particular agenda that they're trying to create or to bring into being, and therefore they will build the whole world around you. And you accept when you're a child, a baby, you come into the world and you just accept everything. And if you don't grow up, you just, as a grown person, you just accept whatever there is because that's the way it is. But that's not the way it is. And you keep in mind that there were secret societies that were involved in founding this country. And who were they? And what were they trying to do? You have to know secret societies to understand why there are so many different symbols and emblems in Washington, D.C. and around the world. Because there's different groups, societies, that are working towards certain agenda, and they are putting symbols out that represent their agenda. We know that even in gangs, when you drive to neighborhoods like in Los Angeles, and there are scribblings on the walls of gangs, those symbols mean something. And if you're in a gang, you know what those symbols mean. They're telling you something. Whoever is controlling that area, that's their symbols. And that's a whole study that you need to get into, studying the occult symbols of power in this world. They're used as a means to communicate and to influence you, or to connect you with the spiritual world that they represent. So let's start with a religious symbol, and that is an ancient Phoenician god that was very important in the Middle East some 5,000 years ago. That god was called Dagon, D-A-G-O-N. Dagon was a fish god. Interesting how he has evolved into today's world of religion. Dagon is still very much alive with the world today. First of all, everyone knows that Christianity is founded on the worship of Jesus Christ. That is accepted around the world. And most people believe that the Vatican is the center for the worship of Jesus, the God of Christianity. However, millions of people also believe that the Pope of Rome is leading the Christians to worship Jesus throughout the world. But my question is, who is the Pope leading the worship of? The first symbol that I want to talk about is the headdress that the Pope or the Bishop of Rome wears. That headdress is very interesting and has quite a history to it. That Pope's headdress is called Pope's mitre. The Pope's mitre, we've seen it in many different shapes, but they're always basically the same shape, the Pope's mitre. It's an official headdress worn only by the Pope, or supposedly only by the Pope. But we need to understand that that symbol goes back at least 5,000 years. So what we need to know and what we need to keep in mind is that this strange and interesting headdress of hat that the Pope wears is impacted by a god named Dagon. Dagon was a god of the Philistines, and Dagon comes from the word dag, which means fish. So Dagon was a fish god. And here we have pictures of another fish god named Anis, same god, but was worshipped in different countries under different names. So we have a god who's half fish and half man, or men who wear the garbs of a fish in their religious celebrations. So here in the Jewish Encyclopedia, under the heading of Dagon, you will see a picture of the priest of Dagon, or the god himself, and he's wearing a fish head and the body of a fish down his back. So now we see the Pope's headdress. On the top is the Pope's mitre. But when turned, you then see he's actually wearing a fish head, the fish god Dagon, because he's representing the worship of an ancient Phoenician god. So this is why today Christians on the back of their cars, you will see, have a fish symbol, thinking that that's to denote them as Christians worshiping Jesus. No, it's a fish symbol because it's denoting Dagon, the fish god. The significance is Dagon was a very important mystical god to the ancient peoples in the Middle East, in Babylonia, Sumeria, Phoenicia, Canaan. And that very powerful mystical god is still dominating the spirit and the intellectual thinking of religion even to today. So it's not Jesus that's influencing the Vatican and the Pope. It's Dagon, the fish god. That's the importance of this. The point being is that religion comes to the world in the age of Pisces. And Pisces is, of course, the two fish of the constellation of Pisces. But Dagon is 5,000 years old. Another one of the symbols I find to be very interesting that's used quite often around the world today, but a lot of people don't know how it's connected to the religions of today, and that is a magic wand. Magic wands, we've heard in stories galore from children, from childhood days, about magicians who use a magic wand. Well, the magic wand is just what it says it is. It's some sort of a branch of a tree that has been consecrated and made holy by blessings from the priest, and now it has a magical quality that can do things that humans can't do. The Druid priests, they used the wood of a holly tree. They used Hollywood. And that's where we get the term today, Hollywood, and the magic of Hollywood. Today we have Hollywood, we have Mickey Mouse waving a magic wand. On the left side, we also have actual real magic wands as they are made today in Europe. And of course, orchestra leaders and orchestra conductors, they lead the music with a magic wand. A lot of people haven't thought about that, but that's what it is, a magic wand. So here we have a picture of Moses, where he is conjuring up the spirits in the universe with a magic wand. That's very interesting, Moses with a magic wand. In the ancient Roman Empire, the most important god at the height of Rome's power in the world was a god named Mithra. Mithra was a sun god. And according to the Roman explanation of their god, he was not only a sun god, but he did his miracles with a magic wand. Now here we have Jesus raising Lazarus from the tomb. And you will see that Jesus is using a magic wand. How many Christians know that all throughout Europe and around the world, Christian churches have Jesus working his miracles with magic wands? A lot of people don't know that, So we hear all about the magical things that Jesus was able to do, but here in the actual churches, we see that Jesus is doing his miracles with a magic wand. The importance of this is to point out that people do not realize that in Christianity, the understanding in the ancient world and in the medieval world was that these religious figures like Jesus were doing their miracles with magic wands. But it's actually legitimate, de jure, real magical system of controlling people's minds and directing their spirits and their hearts and being able to direct our civilization through magical symbols and magical words. Another symbol that I find to be very interesting is in Star Trek, there was a Mr. Spock. And if you remember, Mr. Spock was always giving a hand sign, and he was said to be a Vulcan. First of all, his hand sign was actually a religious symbol in Judaism, in which it was a blessing to the congregation in Judaism. It's called the Koan symbol. This symbol is a Jewish blessing symbol. But where did it come from? It comes from the split hoof of a goat. It goes back to the split hoof of a goat because we're talking about the age of Aries, the ram, when the Jews were under the age of the ram or the Lamb of God. And so that's why today we call Jesus the Lamb of God, going back to the constellation of Aries, the ram. Niebuhr even said that he accepted that sign and used it, but because it was a sign from his rabbi, and he thought it was a very interesting symbol, so he just used it in Star Trek. I'm sure he probably knew the meaning of the sign, but that's where he said he got it from. Another subject which is interesting and very relevant today is a symbol called the fasci, or the fasces. On the back of it, on the back of an American dime, you will see a bundle of sticks tied together, and it has an axe head with it. That is called a fasci, and this is an ancient Etruscan symbol that was adopted by the Roman Empire to symbolize Rome's power. It's an old ancient Etruscan symbol, but it's very important to the Roman Empire. Rome said, ancient Rome's philosophy was, if it's just one stick, you can beat somebody with a stick, but it's not going to hurt them really. But if you got 2 or 3 sticks, now it's going to be a little bit heavier deal. But if you get 5 or 6 sticks and tie them together as one, now you've got serious strength. Now when you beat somebody with 6 or 8 sticks tied together, that's serious. And so then they put a hatchet head on it because an axe head always represented, in almost all the ancient cultures of the world, accepted that the axe head represented the presence of God. God was the great hatchet. He's giving you the axe. And so the hatchet head represented God, and the bundle of sticks represented a coalition of troops. So when Rome would go into to another country to overtake it, they would take troops from this group and troops from that group and put them all together. Now you've got a strong force. It's not just Romans. It's all kinds of other countries are with you. And so that's what we hear today when we hear the presidents talking about during the Middle East. They have a coalition of countries, not just America. We have other countries with us. It's a coalition. Coalition is another name for fasci, which is a symbol for world fascism, when you can get all the countries together and have them all doing the same thing, all of the countries marching to the same tune. Now you've got a strong military force. The fasci was usually carried officially behind Caesar. He would be in the front of the parade or whatever, and there would be what is called lectors behind him, and they would be holding the fasci, symbolizing Caesar's power over life and death. He is the man. He's the boss. And so the lectors would be standing on both sides of Caesar on the altars when Caesar was speaking, holding those fasci, so that the Roman people know he has the right to life and death. So here you'll see in World War II with Mussolini on the left, and his symbol for his government, a fasci. Well, of course, he's Italian, and that goes back to the Roman Empire. And so here we have a Nazi, as you'll see, the swastika and the Nazi eagle, like the American bald eagle. But you'll see the 2 fascis on each side of the swastika. This is because Germany was in league with Italy during the Second World War. Mussolini had in mind to do the same thing Adolf Hitler wanted to do, was to create a new world order. And so Mussolini saw that new world order as being Catholic, as to be Roman, while Germany saw it to be German and not Italian. But the two together, I suppose they figured they'll work that out once they take over the world. Well, Mussolini actually, according to history books, actually thought of himself as Caesar. He saw himself in his position of power at the time of the Second World War as Caesar of the ancient Roman Empire, and therefore it would be right that he would pick the symbol that Caesar used to show his power. And so that's why the fasci became so fashionable in Italy. But the 2 fascis you will also see on the wall behind where the Speaker of the House sits when the President's making a speech. The United States has secret societies in their government, and behind the government are very powerful secret societies that see itself, these societies see themselves as the promoters and to generate a new world order. All countries copy each other. The fascists copied the Etruscans, the Romans copied the Greeks, and the Greeks copied the Egyptians, and that's just the way humans are. As much as we change, the more we stay the same. We're all still adopting the same symbols that we adopted under the Egyptian Empire. We're still using those symbols today, pyramids. And let's talk about the pyramid. And we all recognize that there's 3 beautiful pyramids on what is called the Giza Plateau in Egypt. But my question is, there's only one of the 3 of those pyramids is referred to as the Great Pyramid. First of all, you need to know that the pyramid that's directly behind the Sphinx is not the Great Pyramid. It is a Great Pyramid in Egypt, but it is not the Great Pyramid. This is the Great Pyramid of Egypt. How many sides does the Great Pyramid have? Well, you would think if there's 4 sides, and then there's the bottom is a side, so it would be 5-sided pyramid. But actually, in point of fact, no, the Great Pyramid is 9 sides. Why? Because on the first day of the spring equinox or the fall equinox, if you're in the right place at the right moment when the sun hits the pyramid, you will see that each side is divided down the middle, but so subtle that when you're there at the pyramid, you don't notice it. But on the first day of spring and autumn, you will see the Great Pyramid is divided down the middle. And so here again is another picture of the pyramid from above on that special day, that special hour, when the sun's hitting it just right. And so each side is 2 sides. Therefore, if you got not 4 sides, but 8, plus the bottom side makes 9. So how many people know that the Great Pyramid of Egypt has 9 sides? It's strange, but it seems as that no one really knows why the Egyptians took so much effort to divide each side of the pyramid so perfectly and so brilliantly and such that you would not see it until a particular day at a particular time. We call it the Great Pyramid because there's a lot of important stuff implied in that pyramid. And the other pyramids do not even come close. They don't have anything like what's in that Great Pyramid. That is one act by itself. It's the only one. That's why we today call it the Great Pyramid. The next subject we'd like to look at for a moment is the cornerstone in the Christian religion. Christians will tell you that that in the church of Christianity, Jesus is referred to as the cornerstone of the church. But that's not exactly correct. The actual scripture says that he's not the cornerstone. It says Jesus is the chief cornerstone. A cornerstone is what it's said to be, just a stone at the corner of a building. But wherever you set that cornerstone up, you're going to line all the other stones up with it. So it's the first one that decides where this building is going to be aiming. And so Jesus Christ, the cornerstone. But Jesus is actually referred to as the chief cornerstone. And that's important because there's a totally different understanding of the word chief cornerstone. Chief cornerstone means a triangle placed on top of a pyramid. If you take a perfect, flawless pyramid triangle and you cut off the top, it itself is a pyramid, but it's a tiny one that sits on top of the big one. That tiny little pyramid is called a pyramidion. A pyramidion is a tiny pyramid sitting on top of the big pyramid. That's what the Bible says Jesus is. He is a pyramidion. He's not a cornerstone. He's a chief cornerstone, which is on the top of a pyramid. That was the genius of the ancient Egyptians. And so today, the more we have changed, the more we stay the same. And so we use the same symbols that Caesar used. We use the same symbols that the Babylonians used. It's because Mankind is hardwired, so to speak, to realize the importance of very powerful symbols to represent your civilization and who you are, and where you've come from, and what your destiny is. It's everywhere from religion to governments to military, commerce, banking. Symbols is a way to communicate with the world. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
On this episode, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sun and its symbolic importance in the whole story of the zodiac. Now, as we begin the story of the sun and the ancient religions of the world and how much the sun has dominated civilization for as long as we have records, we need to go back to the very beginning, and that's a long time ago. Let's go back to Egypt. We'll start in Egypt because that's one of the oldest civilizations on the earth, and we will see how Egypt developed the concept of the importance of the sun in relation to theology and spirituality and religion. Now, this is an ancient symbol for the sun, prehistoric, that the ancient peoples drew to represent the sun. It's an equal arm cross within the circle. Here is an artifact that was found in England at Stonehenge. It's on a golden circle, which represents the sun, and then you'll see the cross in between, and this is about 4,500 years old. Almost 5,000 years ago, ancient mankind drew pictures of what they perceived the sun to be as an equal arm cross, and you will see it also in the ancient religions of the Near and Middle East, the different ancient gods in the Phoenician, Canaanite, Sumerian systems. They all had the equal arm cross. But it's important to remember that the sun was never perceived as a god. It was perceived to represent the spiritual qualities of God, in that it brought life to the earth, it brought warmth to the earth, it brought energy for us to live. So all of the good things about God and His creation was best represented by the symbol of the sun. Sometimes the sun actually even looks like it has an equal arm cross in the heavens. The reason why it's 4 equal arms on the cross is because there are 4 equal seasons of the year. We have north, east, west, and south, the 4 corners. Then each one of those 4 corners represents a season of the year: spring, summer, autumn, winter. This is why you have 4 Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because they're talking about the life of the sun. The ancient peoples, like us today, we draw a circle, a round circle, and we divide it into 4 equal parts. And so now you have an equal arm cross inside of a circle. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, spring, summer, autumn, winter. There are a lot of symbolism in the Bible that we have misunderstood and mistaken. The whole idea is the 4 lodging places of the sun gives us our 4 seasons of the year. You will find the equal arm cross all over the world. Every race and creed and color has the same symbol for the ancient sun. The Nordics had the symbol, the Vikings kept the symbol, ancient France used the symbol. The symbol was on rocks and carvings and paintings. Even in India, you have the equal arm cross. The Celtic and the Celtic Druids in Europe and England and Ireland had an equal arm cross. Native Americans used it. Central America, and especially in Mayan and Inca and some of the ancient religions in South America have used the equal arm cross. So it became known all around the world that the equal arm cross within a circle represented the old 5,000-year-old petroglyph concept of the sun. Today, people see it everywhere, and so it has become not really important because it's just a general symbol that people realize is a cross. Here is a picture of the ancient Nordic peoples that were preparing for what we would call today the Easter sunrise service. Here, the ancient peoples in Europe realized that the sun was coming back to the northern hemisphere, and it would bring with it the warmth, the food, and life. And so they all gathered with their sun symbol to welcome back the sun that had died in winter and was coming back to the northern hemisphere. It became known as what we call today Easter. The circle on the cross is not a man dying on a cross, it's the sun on the north, east, west, and southern parts of the earth. The idea being, of course, is that when the sun dies in winter, and then when it is reborn on December 25th, the sun actually begins to move northward. And when it does, that tells the world that the sun is now coming back to the northern hemisphere, bringing back the sun to us in the northern hemisphere. Because for us in the northern hemisphere, the sun was dead to us because it was in the southern hemisphere. But now it's being born again and coming back to the northern hemisphere. That's the whole story in itself, is the vision of the sun going southward and dying on the cross and then being reborn on December 25th when it moves 1 degree northward and now is coming back and sort of springing back to life. And so in the spring, we call it springing back to life. Well, you will have the symbol everywhere, and even the European Agency for the Euro uses the same equal arm cross to represent the new Euro establishment. You will always find in royalty throughout the world, royalty and governments always use this equal arm cross. The Nazis used it. Even in the parade of the Nazis used the swastika, which is a symbol of the sun also. But you will see also that they are using the equal arm cross. Coptic Christians, even the kings and rulers like the emperors of Europe, always had the equal arm cross on their staff, equal arm cross with the sun god and churches. In September, mid-September, around the world, Christians will gather in schools and universities to worship their God Jesus, who died on a cross. And when they call this ritual, see you at the pole. See you at the pole means that Christians will gather around the flagpole at their colleges and schools to venerate and to worship Jesus, God's Son, the light of the world. Well, of course, the sun is the light of the world. But here are Christians gathering to worship Jesus, never realizing that they are actually meeting around a very ancient symbol of the old petroglyph cross. That this symbol of an equal arm cross within the circle represents an old ancient idea of how to picture the sun. And it's really extraordinary to notice that all churches use that same symbol. And all over the world, people do not realize that this cross that they think represents Christianity is actually over 5,000 years old. It's an ancient, prehistoric symbol of the sun. Jesus has always represented the sun, the S-U-N, not S-O-N. the etymology of the word for the sun. You see that sun can be S-U-N or S-O-N, and depending on how it's used. S-O-N and S-U-N are used interchangeably in Christianity. Illustrations in the Christian church, you will see they're all actually a round, glowing sun. Not a young child or a baby or a man, but the S-U-N. There's two words, S-U-N and S-O-N, but the Christianity and Judaism are based on the worship of the S-U-N, not S-O-N. That's a misunderstanding. That misunderstanding is part of the history of the English language. Because if you go back into the King's Old English, you go back into the history of the English language, there is a phenomena which in English class you will learn is called the lazy O. The lazy O is a phenomena in English which means that translators always translated sun, S-O-N and S-U-N, all in the same sentence. And so it became known as the lazy O. They were talking about the S-U-N, but they used S-O-N because they were lazy. They just used either one. The mother of Jesus is Mary, which is actually Mari, M-A-R-I, not M-A-R-Y. Mari means pure. And therefore the mother of Jesus is a virgin, or Virgo. One of the 12 signs of the zodiac is a Virgo, the virgin. So here is Mary, or Mary, the virgin, Virgo, holding the baby Jesus, or God's Son, the light of the world. Today we still have Jesus as God's Son in the heavens, and he became now a great sun god. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who owns the sun? We assume that the sun must be owned by someone. Well, mankind doesn't own the sun. If anything, you would say maybe God owns the sun. So if God owns the sun, then it's God's Son, and he's the light of the world. Of course the sun is the light of the world. Looking at the communion host, the Catholic communion host, you will see it always looks like the old ancient petroglyph sun. You see that the sun and Jesus' hand represents the S-U-N. The Holy Eucharist represents the sun. This is why the priest in the church on Sundays will raise the sun. They will raise it. And why? Because that's what the sun does. It rises. So the sun rises. This is why we have the symbols on the host in the Catholic Church. It is always the old petroglyph sun. Jesus means God is with us. And you will see the priest is representing Jesus. How? As a son. All of this goes back many, many thousands and thousands of years before Christianity ever existed. And it has nothing to do with Christianity at all. It has to do with exactly what it's showing, sun worship. And today we're still doing the same thing. We're worshiping the sun. And you will see the sun is prominent in all of Catholicism. Everywhere you look in Catholicism are worshipers of the sun. Now here we have a picture of Jesus giving to the children a part of his body. And what is he giving them? A little round sun disk. We're told that we should all take part of his body at the first communion. In that communion in the Catholic Church, you're taking part of God's Son's body. The whole idea is very obvious what's being talked about here. We're just talking about sun worship. The idea that the Son dies on a cross goes back to the old petroglyph cross, and so that's where we see it now all over the world, all Christianity. You'll see the Son is always dying on the cross, because in the southern constellation, when you go down south, when the sun reaches the lowest part in the sky in southern hemisphere, there is a constellation of stars that look just exactly like a cross. And so we say the sun, when it dies in December, it goes down and dies on the cross. The cross is called the Southern Cross. When he was dead, but now he's coming back to the Northern Hemisphere because he promised he would return. And he is returning again in the spring. Solar symbolism of the sun going southward each day until it finally reaches December 22nd, when it's its lowest point in the southern sky. It's down south now. It's gone south. But on December 22nd, the sun goes as far in the south as it's going to go, and it stops going southward on December 22nd. It doesn't go any further southward. Then on the 23rd and 24th, it rises on the same degree. And therefore, for 3 days, it doesn't move at all, stays in that same degree. So we say, and the ancient people said, that Jesus, or God's Son, died for 3 days. Why? Because it was moving every day, and now it's not moving for 3 days. So for 3 days, the sun was dead, and on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree northward, which indicates, even the United States Navy will show you on their instruments, that it indicates the sun is now alive again. He's born again. Now he's going to work his way back to the northern hemisphere, because he said, God's Son said, I will return. Well, he does. He returns every year. So what do you see? Do you see a man on this cross? Do you see a man dying on the cross? No. This is what is actually meant by dying on the cross. It's the sun. During the summer, when the sun is in the northern hemisphere, it is in the constellation of Leo, so he is the lion of the tribe of Judah. And then when he dies in Capricorn, down south when he goes south. And so now he dies in the winter. And then he comes back and springs back to life. And when he comes back to the northern hemisphere, we call it spring. But when it crosses the equator, the sun will have to cross the equator, coming back to us in the north. When it crosses the equator, it is said to have passed over the equator. So in the Hebrew religion, when the sun passes over the coming back to the northern hemisphere, they call that celebration the Passover. But for Christians, they're worshiping the sun also as it passes over, but they refer to it as the resurrection. God's Son has been resurrected. He's come back. It doesn't matter how you say it, a resurrection or a Passover. It just means the sun is coming back to us in the northern hemisphere. Sun worship is a very old religion dating back thousands of years before the Roman Empire. But in Rome, the sun god was called Mithra. Mithraism was the main religion in the Roman Empire at the time that Christianity was coming into play in the Roman Empire. Emperor Constantine was a follower of Mithra, and Mithra was God's son who died on a cross. He was dead for 3 days and rose again. Emperor Constantine was famous for starting the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church was not started by Jesus. It was started by a Roman emperor. And it was headquarters in Rome, not the heaven. He was mixing Judaism and Mithraism and some of the other religions of the Arabic world that also worship the sun, and brought all of these different religions together in order to confirm the power of Caesar in Rome under one religion and one government. It was actually a world government, supposedly at the time. Catholic means universal, meaning whatever. Air is Catholic, because air is all over the world. Water is Catholic. Anything which is all over the world is Catholic, because it's a Latin word that means universal. Constantine was trying to unite all the religions of the Roman Empire into one. Religious divisions are very dangerous, and they can also harbor treason and anti-government. And so Caesar realized if he could bring all the religions into one religion and call it Christianity, and yet it would have all the parts of everybody else's religion. It would have Judaism, worship of the sun. It would have Yahweh as a part of it. It would have Mithraism as a part of it, so that everyone could agree to follow one religion which Caesar would rule from. He would rule from. And so it was a political move, that's all. But the point is that Constantine, the Roman emperor, founded the Roman Catholic Church. This is a Sumerian picturing the sun on the altar. In the ancient world, the Phoenician, Canaanites, Sumerians, the Hittites, all of these ancient cultures always had helmets. Their military wore helmets with the rising sun symbol. The rising sun symbol is still used even today around the world on helmets and military. Here in Rome, you'll see the Romans wearing the rising sun. Again, you will see it here where the Romans, they were brutal rulers of the people, but their symbol was the rising sun. And so now let's look at the sun worship today and its ancient foundation, which was the cult of Solus Invictus. Solus Invictus is Sol, which is the sun, and invincible. The sun was said by the Romans, it was invincible. Why was the sun invincible? Because every year it came into its power in the summer, and then it would die in the winter to the northern hemisphere. But it would come back. Every year it would come back to the northern hemisphere. So it may die in the winter, but it's coming back. It's invincible. You can't keep it down. And so we see today the pictures of Sol, and he's the sun riding across the sky. The sun was pictured in Rome as riding on a chariot across heaven. And so the sun was that lucky old sun riding around heaven all day, roaming around heaven all day, obviously on a chariot. And here is Solus Invicti, or this is a picture of Mithra, and it shows the sun spokes, the sun rays around his head, the sun god of Rome. Now, in the doctoral theses, there's a very important book called The Cult of Solus Invictus. And in it shows you all of the connections with the Roman government, the Roman religion, the Roman commerce. The entire state of Rome and the ancient Roman Empire was all based on the sun. And you see like the sun cult up to the 1st century of the empire, the political background of it, the establishment of the cult of Solus Invicti, the dogma, the teachings of the ancient religion. Thy Solus Invictus is the true Roman sun god. Of course, the Roman sun worship can be traced back to the ancient Egyptian sun god Amun-Ra. So Amun-Ra was, we use the word today R-A-Y, Ray, sun ray. But the ancient Egyptians called their god Ra, that's where Ra comes from. So it was called the cult of Ra, or the cult of the sun ray. And so here is Amun-Ra, the official name of the sun god in Egypt. Amun-Ra, A-M-E-N hyphen R-A. Here's Amun-Ra again. Now, when you see Amun-Ra, the Egyptian sun god was the supreme god of the universe, as said by the Egyptians. But what is important to remember is that Amun-Ra, today, in our supposed modern day world, in our Christian church, both Catholic and Protestant, they refuse to give up the old pagan sun cult of Amun-Ra. And so today, this is why when you pray to God, you end up by saying amen, because you're sending your prayer through God's son, Amun-Ra. The Catholic Church is replete with all kinds of sun symbols. You'll always see the Pope wearing large sun symbols. It's on his hand, it's on his gloves, it's on the outside of churches, it's at the top of churches also, implying the sun is risen, and the sun rays are dominating the Catholic Church all over the world. So here's paintings on the wall of the Vatican showing the angels, or showing the worker, the common man, the worker, to look to the sun for his food and for his life and for everything. God's Son is the light of the world. And so Catholic Church, or the Vatican, is promoting sun worship. Everywhere the Catholic Church and Christians meet, you will see the sun. This is a convention held in the United States for the Pope, and to honor the Pope and to honor the Catholic presence in America. But you will see that there is a sun in the middle representing Christianity, God's Son, the light of the world. The Savior is born. Here are pictures from modern day magazines of Christians. The Savior is born. Is there a child? You see a child there? No, you see the sun. And so the sun is always golden, so the Son of God has the spokes of the ancient cross behind his head. You will see he's always pictured as a blonde, or the sun baby. And here's the mother holding her son. And here in the Vatican is a very interesting picture of, this is a sculpture in the Vatican. And it is showing Jesus' mother, the Virgin, which is Virgo, the Virgin of the zodiac, holding her newborn son, S-U-N. And this is in the Vatican. Both baby Jesus and the grown-up Jesus are trying to show you what it's all symbolizing. It's symbolizing sun worship. Here you have the baby Jesus showing you the sun. Here the sun worship in the Jerusalem temple, the ancient Hebrews worshiping the sun. Today we have the Pope, all over the world carrying the sun symbol for the sun. This is not a man on a cross. This is obviously sun worship. And you will see the sun everywhere. Here's the Pope. This is what is being promoted throughout the world as Christianity, but which is in fact sun worship. Now, the ancient Egyptians pictured the sun had wings. And we see it, the sun is rolling across heaven. The sun in India, and the Hindu worship of the sun. Now here we have the Inca priest kneeling on an altar and offering up the wine in the altar to the sun god. The same you will see in Japan. You'll see in England. They're singing praises in a hymn to the rising sun. The wood carving picture of the Jews and worshiping the sun. And here again is the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And they are writing about their Savior, the sun. Because Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is spring, summer, autumn, winter. The four seasons are symbolically represented by four Gospels. This is a very important book showing that the sun in the church today, cathedrals are solar observatories. Now, of course, in India, the most important sun god in India was Krishna. We know that the Jesuits, when they went into India back in the 1500s, they learned very quickly the whole religion of God's Son, the light of the world in India, who was Krishna. And they came back and infiltrated those teachings and concepts into what we call Christianity. This is the work of the church borrowing the stories from the ancient world of sun gods who died on the cross. Now here is an ancient Babylonian king, and his name was Shemesh. And he was a Babylonian sun king. And you'll see the altar in front of him has the sun. But this is very important. A Babylonian king being worshipped, and his name was Shemesh. It's because in the Hebrew language, or in the Jews, Shemesh is the sun in the Jewish language. Here we have 37 of what we call sons of God from the ancient world to the modern. And they all have the same identity and the same stories that go with their lives. They were born of a virgin, they died on a cross, they were dead for 3 days and then was resurrected and came back. Their father was a carpenter, and they had 12, almost all of these had 12 followers or 12 apostles. They had the same story that we have in Christianity 37 times over. So it's a continuation of the same story coming out of the ancient world, and today we call it Catholicism or Christianity. The reason why these themes keep repeating themselves is because it is what is called the greatest story ever told. I think it is the greatest story ever told, that the sun is born each morning and ultimately dies at night, and then emerges the next morning and brings life back again, but then dies again. And so the whole story is on the subjects of the whole universe and how our skies work and how the planets work. I think that the idea that there are 37 major gods, sun gods, and each have the same kind of a story, where they died and were resurrected, and they had a virgin birth, it seems to imply that there was some sort of an ancient, really, truly ancient culture that developed this idea and this story for the world, and therefore it has become known as the greatest story ever told, because it is in fact the greatest story ever told, because so many ancient cultures have picked it up and applied to their own selves, their own gods, who had the same story of dying on a cross and being resurrected. There will not be any Messiah coming back for the Jews, for the Christians, or for any other religion on the earth. It's all based on ancient concepts of the prehistoric and ancient world of the sun representing life to the earth. So there won't be any Messiah coming back, because there was none to start with. It's all based on the sun being the giver of life. So now that we have the technology today that we have, where we can talk to the world through the system of technology, we can now begin to show the whole world where all of this has come from. All of these ideas and concepts and gods and sun gods have come from. We're now able to do that with the technology we have today. So many people today are now beginning to see that their ancient and highly venerated religions are merely part of a world continuation of a same story, the greatest story ever told. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thanks for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
So much of the world today is ill-informed about symbols and signs. That's what I do. I try and help people to understand the symbolism, the signs, the hidden indicators of where we are in the period of time and where we're going and what's coming, because actually today there's so much violence and hatred among peoples and different groups because no one seems to understand we're all one people on the earth, and we all have one history of the earth in the times in which we're living. And so we need to realize that All the different religions are basically telling us certain things about the ordinances of heaven. I think it will help the world and where we're going if we all start looking at symbols and emblems and educating ourselves to what these things mean. Job 38:33, where it says, God is saying to Job, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades? The Pleiades is one of the constellations in the heavens. And so here God is saying, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades? Can you lead forth the constellations in their seasons? And then it says in 33, do you know the ordinances of heaven? The ordinances simply means a decree or a law, a directive. It's the law to understand. So God is asking Job, do you understand the laws that govern the heavens? I'm asking the same question today. First of all, in order to know the ordinances of heaven, you must know the most important part or feature of the laws of heaven. The word in the Bible is Maseroth, the ordinances of heaven. If you go to Job 38:32, you will see the word Maseroth. And in the footnotes, it says the signs of the zodiac. Now, a lot of people think that the zodiac should not be connected to Christianity or the Bible at all. Actually, in point of fact, the zodiac is the basis for both Old and New Testament. When you consult Bible references like the Bible dictionaries and encyclopedias, you look up the word Maseroth and it will tell you it's the 12 signs of the zodiac. We are given to understand in the Bible that God created the zodiac. And that may sound strange to a lot of people because most people think of the zodiac as something evil, especially in Christianity. But no, the zodiac is the basis for much of our learning today, much of our symbolism today, especially in religion and politics. I mean, even the watch you wear is 12 signs of the zodiac, or the 12 signs that go in a circle. And that's what the word zodiac means, the 12 signs. We talk about the kingdom of God all the time, but most people don't realize what the kingdom really is. We humans put different life forms into different categories. We say fish are in schools and cattle are in herds. What kind of life forms do we humans say are in a kingdom if it isn't animals? Animal kingdom. The Greeks came up with the idea that the zodiac was a kingdom of animals that circle the earth. And so when we say in our prayers, even in the Roman system that gave us a lot of our understanding of the zodiac today, we say in our prayers, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, let thy kingdom come, and let thy will be done on the earth as it is in heaven. We're living our lives in the zodiac. All cultures in the world recognize that the zodiac is important in their theology and their belief systems. And when you go to Bible bookstores or Bible seminaries, go into the large libraries, and you will begin to see that there are so many books that are written by Christian and Jewish theologians and people who study religions. Wycliffe Bible Commentary talks about to qualify as a director and judge of man's life on earth, one must be able to govern the heavenly bodies that rule the earth. Note the repeated mention of the influence of the atmospheric or astral heavens on earthly affairs. We're talking astrology. Here in the New Interpreter's Bible, it says some connection between what happens in the heavens and what happens on earth is presupposed in the question that Job is being asked by God if he knows the ordinances of heaven. Being asked that question obviously means that God has assigned ordinances in heaven, and we're calling it the zodiac, Mazzaroth. Let's go back to Genesis 1:14 while we're on this subject. And in Genesis, the first book of the Bible, the first page says, God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs. Another Bible translation says, and God said, let there be light holders in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from night, and let them be for signs. The word signs means things to come in Hebrew. The word for signs, the word is oth, O-T-H. This is the Hebrew word which is translated in the Bible as just things to come. Well, that's what the zodiac purports to do. It tells you about things to come. All Christians are aware that Jesus says to his apostles that in my Father's house are many mansions. Dictators and kings have always felt that there's a mansion in heaven for them. Well, it's a misunderstanding. The incorrect way is to say, in my Father's house are many mansions. But other translations say, in my Father's house are many abodes. Abodes is where you live, and where you are is in your abode. In my Father's abode are many dwelling places. Oh, now we're getting to it. Because the heavens is where God is. And if God is in heaven, the scripture says that in my Father's abode are many houses, are many resting places for the sun, houses of the zodiac. Basically, it boils down to this, that both the Old and New Testament are based on astrology. The 12 signs of the zodiac is part of the number 12 in Christianity. There were 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 brothers of Joseph, the 12 breastplate stones on the high priest, and then there's 12 apostles. Look in the Bible and you will see how many times 12 is used. It's all based on the 12 signs of the zodiac. There was no 12 tribes of Israel. Each one of those signs in the 12 tribes of Israel was an astrological indicator as to what each month represented in the ancient Jewish religion. And the ancient Jewish religion understood this. It's people today who are not studying theology do not understand that the whole of the Old and New Testament is a metaphor. HarperCollins Study Dictionary says the Lord made the constellations of Pleiades and Orion. I don't know how one could read something like this and not see that the Bible is saying God made the constellations of the zodiac. New International Bible says He, God, is the maker of the Bear and Orion and the Pleiades and the constellations of the south. So if you want to find fault with astrology, then you're finding fault with the ideas and concepts that God has put into the heavens as laws. Many philosophers have talked about that foolish people, ignorant and foolish people, are dominated by the zodiac. They don't know that their personalities and things that happen to them are because of the stars and the moon and the influence of these heavenly signs. But that wise people are guided by these signs. And so it occurred to me that for thousands of years, mankind has navigated around the world on the high seas by a knowledge of the stars. And so the Bible is saying you should navigate your life by the stars. Here we have a typical publication in Christianity talking about astrology as satanic. And that's why I'm spending so much time talking about the biblical reference works, saying that no, it is created by God. It's not satanic. If you really are interested in theological and spiritual subjects, especially in relation to the Bible, you need to get the Companion Bible by Kriegel, because it's an astounding work where it gives one half of the page is the scripture. The other half of each page are the footnotes. And the footnotes will actually blow you away because it tells you the truth about what these symbols really mean and where they came from. In the back of the Kriegel Bible, it talks about the word and where it came from in the Hebrew and what it means. And it basically is saying that it is telling you about things to come, astrology. So here we see the four seasons, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, writing a story about their risen Savior. And what do we see them all for writing about? The Son. This is why Jesus had 12 apostles. Jesus represents God's Son, not S-O-N, S-U-N. Jesus is a metaphor in the New Testament for the Son. And he was our risen Savior, of course. The sun rises each morning. You'll see this famous painting where there are 12 apostles. And to Jesus' right, there's the first apostle to his right is a woman. A lot of people do not know that one of the 12 apostles of Jesus was a woman. Why? Because there is a zodiacal sign called Virgo. Virgo was a virgin. That's why you have to have one woman in there to represent Virgo. The 12 apostles are the 12 signs of the zodiac. Now let's look at some of the zodiac symbols used in religious history. And we'll start with Taurus the bull. The age of Taurus was the age of agriculture, when the cows and animals that we were now beginning to use as food, that was just one of the qualities of the age of Taurus. The age of Taurus is between 4400 and 2200 BC. And keep in mind that Taurus the bull was recognized all over the world by all governments and all religions of the world. Everybody knew what it meant, except us today. So this is why you have words like holy cow, and the cow is still holy in India today. We see the Egyptians worshiping the sun between the horns of the bull. The sun is very important to the 12 signs of the zodiac. Most people do not realize that Taurus, being in the heavens as a constellational sign, was very, very important to Judaism. Here is Taurus, the cow, the bull, and he's in heaven. You see the sun behind him, so the sun is in the age of Taurus, the bull. And of course, we have many stories about the Jews worshiping the golden calf. People don't understand what that story is all about. Moses goes up into the mountain to talk with God because it is time for God to change the ordinances of heaven. And it's important here to remember that each sign of the constellation lasts 2,150 years. Every 2,150 years, the world changes completely. All the great religions of the world realize that. And now Moses comes down with a new beginning of a new way to worship God. A new time when God is going to be worshiped in a different way. And so Moses goes up to find out what that new way of worship that God wants people to do. And so we have the story of the golden calf. Golden, well, because the sun is golden. And calf is a bull. So we have the golden calf, or the bull, Taurus, and the sun in the age of Taurus. Today, Israel is trying to bring back the good old days of bull worship. But it's impossible because Taurus is gone. We're in the age of Pisces. And they want to go back to the old days. The way we worship God in the old days was the golden calf. We're in Pisces, and we're at the end of Pisces. That's why the Christians talk about the end times we're living in, the last days we're living in. The last days of what? The last days of Pisces. So now we have to find the perfect bull. The Temple Institute says that you need to find a red heifer that's born in Israel, and it has to be a particular bull. The Israeli government is planning a new temple coming in Israel, and of course it will be assumed that they're going to go back to all of the old ways of the tourist bull. Well, so therefore they got this Jewish girl picking fleas off of a cow because they want to make sure the bull is going to be completely clean, look his best, smell good, so that they can cut his head off and bring about the dispensation of Taurus the bull again. You got the same bull in Christian churches also. Christians are equally as ignorant and ill-informed about their foundations of their religion. Now you'll see this one shows in the yellow square the bull. The Catholic Church in the Vatican realizes that there was a time, 2,150 years long, when God was ruling the earth through Taurus the bull. And this is where we get our idea of holy cow. Let's look at another zodiac symbol in religious history. This is very important in relation to Jewish history. Aries the ram is the next constellation after Taurus the bull. The Jewish system of theology understood that 2,150 years has passed. Now we move into the next age that Moses brought us into, because Moses brought us into a new dispensation. And when the Jewish people would not accept the idea at the time, we're told in the Bible that Moses became so frustrated he threw down and broke the law. So he was the first lawbreaker. The astrological time of Aries was from 2000 BC to 1 AD. That's a 2,150 year period of time that the Jews were now to worship their God in the age of Aries, the ram. In Egypt, of course, they have the ram. You'll see the sun in the age of Aries, the ram. The ram god is very famous all over Egypt. And Aries the ram is very important not only in Egypt, but in the Old Testament Hebrew. You'll still see it today, Aries the ram. That's why Jews blow the ram's horn. Instead of parading around with the golden calf and the bull, now today they blow the ram's horn. And so they don't realize that not only the Jews blow the ram's horn, but there are many cultures around the world that blew the ram's horn during the age of Aries the ram. That's why today we have the shofar, or the ram's horn. You go back to the Vatican and you will see the same painting that was with Taurus the bull. Then you go back and see it's Aries the ram. Since AD 325, we have been living in the sign of the age of Pisces. Pisces, the two fish. Christianity is the focal point of what we call Pisces. Pisces represents religion, a different kind of religion. Before was Judaism. Now there's Christianity dominates the world. And so it has nothing to do with the Christians fighting Jews or the Jews hating Christians. That has to do with the symbolism in which the world is living. And we happen to be living in the age of Pisces, the two fish. So Pisces is the age of a new religion. And if you remember that God's Son, Jesus, S-U-N, fed his followers in the Bible with two fish. This was in John 19, it says 2 fish that the young boy who brought to Jesus 5 loaves of bread, 2 fish. as a symbol of the age of Pisces, the time of Christianity to dominate the world. And here it is again in the Vatican. You will see Pisces, the sign in the zodiac. Even in Chartres Cathedral, the stained glass windows in the great church even says Pisces. The fish of the early 3rd century appears to be the most ancient Christian inscription. And what do you see in the inscription but 2 fish? Pisces. Even in the Islamic religion today, recognizes the zodiac symbols are from God. The Islamic world has many beautiful paintings of the 12 signs of the zodiac. So they understood that the zodiac is from God, and they have a very good understanding going back to their ancient history of the symbols of the zodiac. Then there is the discovery in the oldest Christian church, and this is really interesting. There was an old Christian church found, and it was referred to as the oldest single Christian church ever found in Israel. And it was a big story at the time it came out that in the area called Megiddo, Israel was going to build a wing onto an existing building. And so they had their people go out and clean out this area where they're going to build a new wing to the building. And they wanted to dig down to put the foundation. And when they dug down, they hit a floor. They hit a mosaic floor. And so they discovered when they started to clean the floor off, what did they find? Well, here they are when they've cleaned off the area. And what do you see on the floor? But the 2 fish. The 2 fish of Pisces. And you'll see the round circle of the sun, and the little spoke going around the circle is, of course, the sunburst. And in the middle of the sun is the 2 fish of Pisces. So Israel's saying this is the oldest church ever done and ever built. Well, there's Pisces, the beginning of Christianity. Christianity today is simply the sun in the age of Pisces. There's so many articles talking about the zodiac in relation to Jesus. They don't realize Jesus is the sun, a metaphor, S-U-N. And it's talking about his 12 apostles or his 12 followers, or the 12 signs of the zodiac. Jesus with his 12 apostles, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 4 seasons. And this is why there are 3 months in each season. Christianity today is replete with saying that we're living in the last days. We're living in the end times. Of course we're living in the last days of Pisces, which means the next one coming is going to be the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is the water bearer. Very important point here that proves what we're talking about as astrology. We are now facing the next 2,150 years when the sun will officially be in the constellation of Aquarius, the water bearer. And so in the New Testament, in the book of Luke 22, the apostles are asking Jesus, now that you're going to die, where are we going to go? We are your 12 followers, but where are we going to go? And so Jesus answers them in the book of Luke 22:10, where Jesus said unto them, behold, when you enter into the city, there shall a man meet you bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house where he enters in. It's the house of Aquarius. And Aquarius is the water bearer. But we know that this was talking about an astrological sign. Why? Because men never carried water ever. In the ancient world, that was something that a man would never do, is to carry water. That was a woman's job, period. So why did Jesus say, look for the man with the water pitcher? As an astrological sign. The whole of the Bible, both Old and New Testament, is a metaphor, as a symbolic story that the theologians have known for hundreds of years, but nobody is telling the public. That's why I think it's important to bring this out, that people need to know there's nothing wrong with the zodiac. The Bible, both Old and New Testament, says God created it. So if you're calling down evil upon the zodiac as a work of the devil, that's not what the scriptures say at all. And like the scripture says in the Bible, when God said to his people, do not call down evil upon something I have cleansed. When I make something, don't you call it evil. Well, this is what I'm saying that we need to keep in mind today. When you talk about astrology and the zodiac, God made that according to the scriptures. So we see the man with the water pitcher is all over the world in Christian churches. But the Christians don't know that. They don't understand what these symbols mean. The idea that most people have about the coming age of Aquarius is that it will be an age where there'll be a lot more openness to society, and people will be far easier to find information and have new ideas and new concepts. What we're talking about is trying to educate the people of this world to the fact that the zodiac dominates, as we showed in the beginning, dominates the earth and our heavens. And we need to know the ordinances of heaven. And the ordinances of heaven are basically the zodiac. It rules the heavens over the earth. I hope we've been able to open your eyes to some of the symbolic meanings that we find in life.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
If we go back to Genesis 1, the very first chapter in the Bible, Genesis 1, so many people today believe and have been told, and that's why they believe it, that God made us, God made man. And they will point to the scripture that says God created Adam and Eve. And then they will say, see, there it is, God made man. But that's not what the Bible says. It doesn't say that God made man. In the beginning, the first chapter of Genesis says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But that's not exactly what it says in the Hebrew. This is why we are emphasizing that it says God created the heavens and the earth. But in Hebrew, the word God is El, E-L. So if we were to read this first chapter, the first verse, in Hebrew, it would say, in the beginning, El created the heavens and the earth. But that's not what it says in Hebrew. It says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth, not El. In the beginning of the heavens and the earth, which are now. I came across this many, many years ago, talking with a very impressive, well-known rabbi. He was the one that put me onto this when I was very young, that God did not create, he said, God did not create man. There's nowhere in the Old Testament, or what you call the Old Testament, where it says God created man. No, it just doesn't say that. And so I began to look at this, and he gave me all the ideas a long time ago. So the first thing we need to look at is, as I said, the word is incorrect. God is El in Hebrew, but it's Elohim. And Elohim means the gods in the plural, more than one God. So the correct understanding of Genesis 1:1 is that in the beginning, the gods created the heavens and the earth. We need to define our terms first about God, and what does the word God mean in the Old Testament Hebrew? Here it is for you. This is God in the Hebrew is Elohim. Gods, more than one. So in Genesis 1:1 it says, in the beginning Elohim created the heavens and the earth. So it's more than one God. But here's the important part. We see it again. This is from another Bible translation where the word God shows up, and then it says in Hebrew it's Elohim, which is plural, more than one. So God Elohim is plural. The word Elohim, on the top it says the word Elohim is a plural word. In Hebrew, the plural form of the noun ends in I-M-O-T. Elohim is a plural form. On the bottom it says it is interesting to note that even though Elohim is plural, the Hebrew dictionary still translates it God instead of gods. This is what has confused people around the world, because the actual word in the Bible is gods. And this is why you will see in a lot of the reference works, they will make the distinction and show you this, the plural form of El. Now, when you go to the actual scriptures, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish Bible, it says, Elohim, we shall make man in our image and after our likeness. But it actually says in Hebrew, Elohim said, we, W-E, meaning more than one, we will make man. Remember the Moses with the Ten Commandments, where Moses receives the law and the Ten Commandments from God. And what is the first commandment? The first commandment says, I am the Lord your God, who have brought you out of the land of Egypt and out of the house of bondage, and you shall have no other gods before me. He didn't say there are no other gods. He just said, you will have no other gods before me. The emphasis, I was told many years ago, was Rabbi pointed out, is that God is saying to the Hebrew people with the Ten Commandments, I am the Lord your God. You picked me. So there's a group. What I'm saying is that picture, say, 12 or 14 different gods, and each one is equal to every other one. But if you pick one, and you make a deal with that one God, then you have a relationship with that God. And so this is why God says to the Hebrews, I am the Lord your God, and I shall not have any other gods before me. So basically it's like a young man telling his fiance, there are many other young men out there like me, but I'm supposed to, I'm going steady with you, so I don't want to have any other young men in my place. So God was a jealous God, but it's understandable if there were many other gods. So, thou shalt have no other gods before me. He didn't say there weren't any. Now, if you read from Exodus 20, verse 3, this is just some of the ways that it is expressed in different translations. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Yes, have no other gods. Then in the Hebrew, the third one down is from the Hebrew Bible, and it says, "Thou shalt have no Elohims in my presence." So the ancient Hebrews realized that the word was mentioning more than one God, but it's the Christianity today that has caused that Elohim to be brought down to a singular term. And there's a lot of talk about this now, and it's starting to come out that there's a lot of question about what does Elohim mean. Well, it just means more than one deity. Judaism is said to be a first monotheistic religion. Mono meaning one, theistic meaning the study of God. But in point of fact, Judaism is not a monotheistic religion. It's the correct term is Heno, H-E-N-O, Heno theology. Heno theology means picking one God out of a group. And so if you pick, as I said, if you pick one God out of the group, then he is your God and you are his people. It doesn't mean that that's the only God in the whole universe. No, it's just your God. Deuteronomy 11:16 says, "But be careful not to let yourselves be seduced, so that you turn aside serving other gods and worshiping them." So the Jewish God, the God of the Jews, was telling them, yes, there are other gods, but don't be worshiping them. First, you need to know that the people we call the ancient Hebrews were not Hebrews as such. They were, in fact, Phoenician or Canaanites, and this is where you can trace back in the encyclopedias, in the dictionaries, about ancient Cana, and the ancient area we call today Israel and Lebanon, that whole area. They were called Canaanites. Here we have another article. This one was from a Jewish magazine, and it talks about it is the faith of the people of Judah, and it's the developed faith of the Semitic people known as Hebrews or Israelites. It is recognized as the first religious tradition noted for its monotheism. Then it goes on to say the Hebrew tradition did not begin as monotheism. So then we find out that all the people of the Middle East were anything but monotheistic. They were, the so-called Hebrews were, in that time, henotheistic, meaning picking one God out of many. Here at Liberty University, they had articles about henotheism toward the assessment of a divine plurality in the Hebrew Bible. I'm hoping to show you that this is understood in many Bible reference works, the word henotheism, and what it actually means. The God of Israel and ancient people's growing understanding from henotheism to monotheism. We see this happening with the human race for thousands of years. Things change. One religion begins and has a particular understanding of God, and give it 1,000 years and that changes, and add another 1,000 years and it changes again, until today we have a whole new understanding that there was only one God in the universe and he created man, which in point of fact is not true. The one article in the middle that was read, it says, we have previously established that the mighty ones are the sons of God, the assembly of messengers, and that Yahweh was a part of these messengers. So this is another thought being expressed, that Yahweh was one of the many gods. So again, it's important when you see here in the scriptures in the Hebrew, it says Elohim said, we shall make man in our image. Now, it's interesting too is that when Elohim, or the gods, said, come let us make man in our image after our likeness, as I was told many years ago, this was a misunderstanding of the sentence. You should not read it that God said, come let us make man in our image after our likeness, and then that would prove that God made man. No. The correct way to understand it is that the God says, come, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Not make man, but let's make him in our image, after our likeness. Well, that, of course, implies that we have been tampered with our DNA. This is maybe a long time ago, but nonetheless, we've been tampered with, and we still are today. We're still, even as humans, we're still tampering with our own DNA. If you go to the encyclopedias and reference works, you will see a lot of articles on Hebrew henotheism. And I'm saying this is because it is a well-established fact that the ancient Hebrews were not a monotheistic religion. This is in the book of Psalms 82, where it says, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, and he judgeth among the gods. So we see God in the Hebrew tradition is one of the many gods, and he's standing among all the other gods. Let's see how the other Bible versions say it. God takes his stand in the divine council, or Elohim God stands in the divine assembly, where there are other Elohim. God has taken his place in the divine council and in the midst of the gods. So the point is that there is more than one God, and that the Hebrew God was just one of them. That's in the Old Testament, but even the Apostle Paul in the New Testament says basically the same thing. In 1 Corinthians in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul says, "For though there may be called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as there be gods many and lords many." Then in 1 Corinthians 8:5 it says, "For although there may be so-called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods, and there are many of them." So let's go on and move on from there. We're going back to Genesis 1:26. And this is where we see the scripture talks about when God is creating man or recreating man. And so it says, God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." And so there's a big difference between God making man or remaking him in their image and likeness. And what does that mean? Let's see how other Bibles put it. The Good News Bible says, "Then God said, and now we shall make human beings, and they will be like us, and they will resemble us." Here in the New Living Translation of the Bible, it says, "Then God said, let us make human beings in our image to be like us." Common English Bible says, "Then God said, let us make humanity in our image to resemble us." This is a far better understanding of the scripture to start with. Here's the complete Jewish Bible that says, "Then God said, let us make humankind in our image, in the likeness of ourselves." So it begins to open up a whole new understanding about why we appear on earth as we do. It begins to look like that we are looking today like our Creator. The creators who created us are mess with our DNA and cause us to begin more and more to look like them. So that opens up a whole new can of worms also, to show that there's more than one God. And so we look like the gods that created us. The reason I'm showing so many scriptures, I want you to understand, all Bibles are saying basically the same thing, that we look like the creators that created us, the Elohim, more than one. And in Genesis 3:22, and it said, "The Lord God said, behold, man has become one of us." Now he's become like us. He looks like us, he's acting like us, and he's very destructive like us, having wars like us. So the Holy Bible basically says, now let us make man like us. God did not make man, as you will see. The word in Hebrew for man is ish. I-S-H in Hebrew is man. But the Bible says God made Adam, A-D-M, not ish. But if you go back to the Hebrew Bible and read it, it says in this Hebrew Bible preface, it says, according to this, the Hebrew word for woman is isha, comes from the Hebrew word for man, ish. Here's another reference word that said, interesting, the words for man and woman in Hebrew is identical. Man in Hebrew is pronounced ish and looks like this. But the Bible does not say God created ish. It says God created ADM, and then and this is important too. It doesn't say that God created Adam. The letter was ADM. We humans added make it to be Adam, but it's not Adam. It's ADM. Here we have the Hebrew translation going back to Hebrew. It says we again. We shall make Adam, ADM, which means a different kind of creature. Adam, ADM, not Adam. And we will make him in the image of us, ADM. Like so many other humans do, even ADM, Adam made human or male offspring. Look how the Bible describes it. In Genesis 5 of Genesis 5th chapter, it says, and Adam lived 130 years, and he begat a son in his own likeness, after the image, and called his son Seth. And Adam lived 130 years and begat a son in his own image and likeness. So we are seeing that man is now doing what the gods did also for us. They created us to look like them, and we now have the ability to create other offspring, and we have a son who looks like us. There are many examples in the Bible that show that the gods look like us. No, we look like them. They look what they look like to start with, but we were made to look like them. As an example, a classic example is found in the story of Abraham's meeting 3 visitors that came to visit him. This is in Genesis 18 and 19. We're told that Abraham and Sarah were in their tent, and that 3 men come walking up to the tent, 3 visitors. And when Abraham saw the 3 men, he went out and bowed down to them and saying, "What is my Lord saying to his servant?" So we're told that Abraham knew this was the Lord, God, but he looked like another man. Well, that's what the scripture says. God said we will make men to look like us in our image. In chapter 18 in Genesis, it said, "The Lord appeared unto him," this was Abraham, "in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And when Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, lo, there were 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran out to meet them at the front temple door and bowed himself to the ground before these 3 men." And here he is bowing before the 3 men that Abraham obviously knew was God, coming with 2 of his assistant angels. And so it says that the Lord appeared to Abraham, and then in Genesis 18:2 it says, "And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and the 3 men were there." And so we're told that Abraham then asked the 3 men to stay for something to eat, to have lunch with him, and then they could go on. And the Lord said no, they were on their way to take care of some business, and they didn't have time. And the scripture says that Abraham went out and insisted that they stay for just a short time to have lunch. And God then said to Abraham, "All right, then do that, but make it quick because we're in a hurry." And so the scripture goes on to say that Abraham's wife, Sarah, fixed a lunch for the 3 men. And now we are told that Abraham went out and sat under the tree with the 3 men as they had lunch. Now, after eating, 2 of the 3 men got up to be on their way, while the 3rd man stayed a bit longer to talk with Abraham. So now we got a guy sitting under the tree talking with Abraham. They just had lunch. And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on their way. So we're told that the men that left, they were on their way to somewhere, so Abraham quickly got up and escorted them a short distance on their way. Well, they were on their way to Sodom. And it says, and then in Genesis 19, the next chapter, the 2 men that were having lunch with Abraham, and then they got up and walked towards Sodom. That's in chapter 18. But in chapter 19, it goes on to say, "And there came 2 angels to Sodom, and at evening time. And Lot sat at the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing these 2 angels, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face to the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, and I pray you to come and be in my home, if you're going to be here." And the men said, again, we're interchanging angels and men. And so the men said to Lot, "No, we won't stay at your home. We will just stay in the city and we'll be all right." But it keeps interchanging men with angels, okay. So the point in this, according to the Bible, the word for God is Elohim and means the gods, plural, more than one. And they make us to look in their image and their likeness. We look like them, so that's why your male offspring looks human like you. So here's Abraham meeting the 3 men with Sarah, offering them to stay for lunch. Then we see this as portrayed in many paintings in the Bible of the three men, which are actually three angels. It implies also that the third man was actually the Almighty God, because it's capitalized in the Bible. So this is the Almighty God who looks like a man and stays and has lunch with Abraham. So this is why the Christian New Testament has the Apostle Paul saying in the Bible, he says, "Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unaware." Meaning that if you see someone, another man, be careful, because it might not be in fact another man. It may be an angel who you look like. But he looks like what he looks like to start with, and you were made into look in his image. You were made to look like him. So just be careful when you're talking to other people. Show respect, because you never know who you're talking to. Here again in the book of Hebrews, chapter 2, this is Apostle Paul again, and it says, "Remember to welcome strangers in your homes. There were some who did that and welcomed angels without knowing it." Very interesting that we're beginning to see God didn't make a man. God remade man. He began to change, and this is why the scripture says it that way. "Come, let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So today, what I'm saying is that we look like the gods who created us. And so this is why Abraham could go out and feed the three men, and then you find out, no, those are the angels that went into Sodom. All of this is actually very important in understanding theology and religion from the Bible's standpoint. This is something that most people have never heard before, that we look like the gods who created us, gods more than one. So when we go back to Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens. No, it wasn't God, it was plural, Elohim. And Elohim, plural, gods, we give the term henotheistic, meaning more than one God. And it is also interesting to understand that in Islam, in the Quran, everywhere God is talking to man, it's we. You look it up in the Quran, you will see everywhere that God is talking to his people, he keeps saying we did this, we are going to do that, or we had you do this, or we created you. And it actually says that in the Quran, we created you. So indeed, there are many different gods. God is gods, and the gods made ADM, not Ish, which means they saw Ish, and then they took Ish and remade him into Adam, and we call it Adam. No, the gods came here, they saw this man, and therefore the man must have been like a Neanderthal man, or some ancient creature, hominid, and the gods said, let us make him look like us. Let us make him in our image. So that's what I'm saying. God did not create man, because man is Ish. It doesn't say he made Ish. Ish was already here. So the three visitors to Abraham were three men, but Abraham realized they were gods. They were the creators. And the gods were always pictured as either men with angel wings or not. After the flood of Noah's day, chapter 9 says, "And God blessed Noah and his sons and said unto them, Be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth." When I talked to the rabbi many years ago, I said, is this a correct translation that says, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth? Re means to do it again. And he said, well, obviously, if there were people here on the earth, and God decided to destroy that civilization of that time, and now there's nobody on the earth except Noah and his sons and their wives, if you're going to have people on the earth, you're going to have to replenish the earth, obviously. So I said, all right, so therefore replenish is correct. Yes, yes. And the reason why I'm asking that is because re means more, do again. Well, if you go back to, here is again in the Bible, in the Jewish Bible, it talks about Elohim, and Elohim said replenish. Okay, this is important because if you go to Genesis 1, where God is creating Adam and his wife, it says, this is in Genesis 1:27 and 28, it says, God created man in his own image, after the image of God created he, male and female created them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. So it's not to be we're not to understand that God created man as the very first creature. No, when these gods created us, they said to replenish the earth, implying that some terrible catastrophe had happened on the earth and that so much of life was lost. And so now the gods who created us say, go out now and redo it again. So how many people in the world have ever thought about Adam and Eve were not the first creatures on the earth? There have been civilizations here for millions of years. Genesis 1:2 says, and the earth was without form and void. That is an incorrect translation. It doesn't say that. Here it is again. Genesis 1:2, and the earth was without form and void. The English words in Genesis 1:2, without form and void, is mistranslation of the original Hebrew words tohu vavohu. The word tohu vavohu means not without form and void. If you go back to the original Hebrew, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and then in Genesis 1:2 says, and the earth became a waste and a desolation. The earth became a waste and a desolation. It wasn't created without form and void. Obviously, if God's going to create something, it's got to have a form, and it's not going to be void, whatever that's supposed to mean. So therefore, the correct understanding is Genesis 1:2, the earth became a waste and a desolation. What are you talking about, the earth became a waste and a desolation? We find that in the Bible, again, it keeps telling us, all of these translations keep telling us that it actually became. It wasn't a form without form and void. It was formed the way God formed it. But it became a waste and a desolation. And here's another translation of the scriptures where it actually says the earth became a waste. Now, when you understand that the earth became a waste, not without form, you can go back to the reference works in the King James Bible, and it will explain to you that the words are tohu vavohu. And it gives you all the understanding right there in the Bible itself, but most people don't even look at the reference works on this. The Hebrew words tohu vavohu is only found twice in the Bible. The second place in the Old Testament book of Jeremiah. In Jeremiah 1:23, where it says, I beheld. Now Jeremiah is talking about, and this is in the Old Testament, and Jeremiah says, I beheld. Well, first of all, Jeremiah is saying that he was on his bed and that God gave him a vision. The Lord gave Jeremiah a vision of the old ancient world. And he said, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void. No, it's, I beheld the earth, and it became a waste and a desolation. And the heavens, and they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and there was no man, and all the birds of the heavens were fled. And I beheld, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and all the cities that were broken down in the presence of the Lord, and in his fierce anger. For thus hath the Lord said, the whole land shall be desolate, and yet will I make it full end. So Here we're seeing that God's showing Jeremiah the earth in its earliest beginnings, when it was a beautiful, it says, all the cities there were broken up. But it says also in 25, there was no man. So now you have to wonder, well, who was building all the beautiful cities if there was no man? So it implies that something else was going on this earth a long time ago that we have no idea about, but there was a massive destruction that happened to this planet maybe thousands of tens of thousands of years ago, if not maybe millions of years ago. And that Adam and Eve were told to go forth and do it again, start all over again. So when you begin to see how these words are put together, we begin to see that God did not make man. God came here and saw what the Hebrews call Ish, which was the ancient man, these ancient hominid creatures. And they said, come, let us make these creatures to look like us and be like us. Now we begin to see the actual truth, is that God did not make man. He remade the creatures that were here, that we call hominids, and that's where we have come from. We look like the gods that created us. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
The lost Ark of the Hebrews is today referred to as the lost Ark of the Covenant. Here's a nice, very nice picture of what the lost Ark of the Covenant of the Hebrews looked like. But here we have a picture of the Ark of the Covenant carried by the priests of Israel. It's a large chest with two angels sitting on the top of the chest. And incidentally, the chest was said to be so important and so holy that one could not actually touch it. You would not want to touch it, for you will die. And so God said to put ring eyes on the side of the chest and put poles through it so you could carry it without touching it. So that's interesting that this is a general idea about what the Ark of the Covenant of the Hebrews looked like. The Ark of the Covenant was a symbolic connection between God and the Hebrew people. The things which both God and the Hebrew people held to be so sacred to their relationship. So the idea was that both God and the Hebrew people agreed on certain things were so important that they would put it into this chest and protect it and keep it together. And so it represented God's connections with the ancient Hebrew people, the most important symbols. We're told in the book of Revelation what the items were, and we'll get into that later because it's actually written in the Bible what was in the Ark of the Covenant. It wasn't used as a weapon as such, but we're told that it was able to kill you. It was able to strike you dead if you touched it. But I don't know if it was actually used as a weapon. But it was a protection, supposedly, that God put on that if you touched it without the permission, you could die. Today we have pictures like this showing the Israeli priests, the ancient priests of Israel, showing how much they adored this magic and important Ark of the Covenant. Here's a picture of King David bringing the lost Ark of the Covenant into Jerusalem, and everyone not in the procession is on their knees, realizing that the Ark was representing the very presence of their God in their presence. And these were very holy symbols to the Jewish people. There have been many books written about the lost Ark of the Covenant, of course, and two books in particular that deal with the point I wish to make. One is called Lost Secrets of the Sacred Ark. And of course, there have been a lot of lost secrets relating to the Sacred Ark. Sir Lawrence Gardner in England, which was Sir Lawrence Gardner, he had been knighted by the Queen, and he was an expert on these arcane subjects like the Ark of the Covenant. And then there's another one called Secrets and Mysteries of the Lost Ark. So the reason why these two are important to my conversation is because I want to emphasize that there were a lot of secrets and mysteries in relation to the ark that maybe people still don't know today. So the most important secret of all concerning the lost ark of the Hebrews is that it was not Hebrew at all to start with. There was no Hebrew ark in history. The whole idea of an Ark of the Covenant, covenant simply means contract, and so the whole idea of the Ark of the Contract or Covenant was not Hebrew at all, it was Egyptian. And so let me show you what I'm talking about. If you go to Bible dictionaries and look up the word ark, you will see that even the Bible dictionaries tell you that the very word ark comes from the Egyptian. And then it shows you a typical Egyptian ark. And then if you go to another Bible dictionary, it talks about the Egyptian ark or the sacred chest. And so now you begin to see, when you start doing the research on the lost Ark of the Covenant, you begin to see that a lot of pictures have come out of the ancient world showing you that the Egyptians had an ark, not the Hebrews. And here is an Egyptian ark and an Egyptian priest in an Egyptian museum. So my point in showing you this is the fact that the lost Ark of the Covenant was borrowed. The idea was borrowed from the Egyptians. Here's an ancient Egyptian priest with their golden ark on an ancient Egyptian wall, painting showing the priest carrying the golden ark. And this particular picture is on the temple of Ramesses at Abydos in Egypt. And you will see there is the ark of the contract, the ark of the covenant, but you don't see Hebrew priests carrying it, you see Egyptians, because it was an Egyptian ark to start with. It's an Egyptian god Anubis on the left, sitting on the right on his holy ark. Egyptian ark Anubis was pictured as a dog because it represents the star system of Sirius, the dog star. And so Sirius, the dog star, in order to honor the god in Sirius, they made it into a dog, so because Sirius is referred to as the dog star. But the point is, on the right-hand side, you will see the dog star sitting on the holy Ark of the Covenant in Egypt. And here's that same ark when it was originally found by Lord Carnarvon in Egypt many, many years ago. If you remember in the movie, Indiana Jones has to find the lost ark in a tomb in Egypt. The very word, the lower paragraph says, the very idea of the Ark of the Covenant was copied from the Egyptians. So this is what you'll find in most all reference works. It will tell you, even in Bible dictionaries, will tell you there was no Ark of the Covenant in Israel, but there was an original Ark of the contract in Egypt. So here we see on the left-hand side the Egyptians carrying their holy Ark, and on the right side the Hebrews carrying the Ark, which was the borrowed story. And so the original Ark and the mythical Ark. This is very important to keep in mind, because when you look at the lost Ark of the Covenant, it supposedly is a very important symbol to the Hebrew religion, but now we're finding out that it's actually an Egyptian symbol, had nothing to do with the ancient Hebrews. Even National Geographic did a piece on a video show on the Ark of the Covenant, in which they entitled it "Many Legends but No Evidence." The idea of having a holy chest or a holy ark is an Egyptian idea. It's an Egyptian concept. The point being is that it would have been a copy of an Egyptian ark. And so today, incidentally, in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in Ethiopia, they claim to actually have the original Ark of the Covenant of the Hebrews at that church. But they go on to say that the object is currently kept under strict guard in the treasury of the church. And so you can't come in to see it, but they've got it, but you can't see it, which is, of course, convenient because you don't know if they have it or not. If they have it, you can't see it anyway. There are many mysteries surrounding the ark, many questions about what is it and where is it and who actually owns it. But I don't believe that the Ark of the Covenant ever existed. From my understanding, it never existed. It was borrowed from day one, the idea, from the Egyptians. However, there are many other mysteries and strange things in relation to the Ark. In the Holy Bible and the New Testament, the last book of the Bible is called the Book of Revelation. And in the Book of Revelation, it tells you why no one has and no one ever will find the lost ark. And it says, the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of the Testament. All right, now the next subject I would like to share with you is about the King Solomon in the Bible. A very important name in the biblical history of the Hebrews was King Solomon. And incidentally, the Temple Institute in Jerusalem today is preparing, they've already spent $27 million, we're told, on preparing a building for the rebuilding of the Jewish temple, the old Temple of Solomon. The first thing we need to know about the ancient temple of King Solomon is that there was no ancient King Solomon to start with. And he didn't have a temple either. There are some reference works out there about the temple showing that it was just a story and that there was no temple. And today there are a lot of academic books being written about the whole idea of King Solomon as a king is a myth, a king that never existed. And so here's one article called The Myth of Solomon. This is written in the Department of Classical and Near Eastern Studies in Melbourne, Australia. Another book called The Templars, or The History of the Myth from Solomon's Temple. Ultimately, Solomon became king because his father was King David. So when his father left the kingship, it was given to King Solomon, his son. King Solomon was very famous in history for being a very wise man and very, very highly intelligent and very interesting. He was a very wise man, wise King Solomon. Yes, well, we're told that he built a whole nation and great temples and all kinds of marvelous things that this King Solomon did for the Jewish people. But in point of fact, today, reference works coming out of Israel say that there's no evidence that King Solomon ever lived. And for sure, there's no evidence a great civilization or temples or anything at all was ever erected to King Solomon. They've never heard of him. Donald Redford, an author and leading authority on the era, writes in frustration about the absence of anything to verify or to prove the Bible stories. He writes, such topics as the foreign policy of King David or his son Solomon, Solomon's trade in horses and in his marriage with Pharaoh's daughter must remain themes of the Midrash and fictional treatment because it was a fictional story. Midrash is the commentaries of the ancient rabbis, commentaries written about stories that we read in the Old Testament Bible. Here's Philip Davies in Search of Ancient Israel. He discounts any possibility. He says, quote, a Davidic empire administered from Jerusalem, the range of indices considered by Jameson Drake, make it necessary for us to exclude the Davidic and the Solomonic monarchies, let alone their empire and a non-biblical history of Palestine. So what the article is saying is that it's very difficult to prove there ever was a King Solomon or a King Solomon's reign in Jerusalem. There's just no proof of it. Nothing can be unequivocally attributed to Solomon, nor is there any trace of a great culture that he developed. Hazar, Megiddo, Gezer, they have been widely excavated, and palaces, temples, and fortifications have been found, but none mention Solomon. People believe such myths and they succeed in their purpose because they are attractive stories and convincing. If they were not, they would be useless. The popularity of myths cannot be any evidence of their truth. Another article says the absence of any historical confirmation of a Solomon simply does not deter biblical scholars. God has told them that there was a Solomon, and so what scholarship can contradict that? One of the most popular and very well known scientists and historians in Israel, his name is Israel Finkelstein, and he has written quite a few very important books here lately concerning Israel's history. And in this one, The Antiquities Scam exposed the gullibility of believers. Israel Finkelstein, the noted Israeli archaeologist, observed that inscribed objects are extremely rare and proper archaeological digs in Palestine, and yet the antiquities market kept producing them by the cartloads. Now, quoting Finkelstein directly, he said, there is an eagerness all over the world in museums to display antiquities of great value, and there is no question that some of them were not careful enough in their methods. It was some sort of a naivete, something about wanting to believe. So if you go on the web yourself and look up Solomon's temple myth, you will see that both Solomon and the idea of his temple is actually considered a myth around the world. Solomon did not exist. This article is Solomon did not exist. The archaeological evidence in Jerusalem for the famous building projects of Solomon is non-existent. 19th and early 20th century excavations around the Temple Mount in Jerusalem failed to identify even a trace of Solomon's fabled temple or palace complex. This is from Israel Finkelstein. So we see that there are many articles been written about the idea that the temple and King Solomon were both myth. If there was no King David or King Solomon, then where did we get the name Solomon? The origin of Solomon is simply the name of the sun in three ancient languages, Latin, Hindi, and Egyptian, as you will see. If you do some homework on the subject, you will see that Solomon comes from Sol, Om, and On, three names of the sun. At the top you will see Sol is an ancient Roman god, personification of the sun, a sun god in Rome named Sol. Sol is Latin for the sun. And then Om, we all remember the priest of Om, and it's a holy meditation symbol in the Hindi, and so that's where we get Om as an Om, and then of course the city of the sun. Today we refer to it as Heliopolis. It is actually in the ancient world called On, O-N. So when you take the three names of the sun, Sol, Om, and On, it becomes Solomon. But there was no man named Solomon. It's the name of the sun in three separate languages. Actually, the original name of Solomon was Shlomo. But the Masonic orders during the early Middle Ages seized upon that name and changed it a bit to be Solomon. It was actually a purposefully mistranslated word because Solomon was not the original name of the king. Now we see that Solomon, according to the Masonic order, puts Solomon into the position of being a sun god. And so the Temple of Solomon was actually, according to the Masonic orders, the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Solomon's temple was the Great Pyramid of Egypt according to World Freemasonry, and because the pyramid was called the Pyramid of the Sun, and so the sun was Solomon, because they are trying to make Solomon represent a sun god, because the sun is very important in World Freemasonry. And so the sun represents light, intellectual, spiritual enlightenment. So the Masonic order, it wants to take the Shlomo and make it into Solomon, as we see in the Masonic literature, and present King Solomon as a king of wisdom. He's a very wise king, wisdom or intellectual, spiritual knowledge. Freemasonry quite often will change names and change histories to fit their concept of where they're going with symbols. Let's look at the idea of Solomon's Temple as it's presented to us today by the Masonic order, because it's a very important symbol in Freemasonry, Solomon's Temple. So how are we to understand the symbolism that the Masonic order designs Solomon's Temple? Well, let's look at the layout. According to the Masonic order, the old ancient Solomon's Temple, as it is even today, reproduced as if it were being built today, it is obviously a phallic symbol. The Masonic order has used the same phallic symbol many times. The architectural symbolism is very obvious. The whole idea of Solomon's Temple begins to take on because of the World Masonic Order, and incidentally, the World Masonic Order is talking today about rebuilding Solomon's Temple. But here in Freemasonry today, we see Solomon's Temple as a Masonic symbolism, but it's based on sexual symbolism. A lot of people don't realize, unless you see it from above and see the Masonic architecture. The Old Testament Bible is filled with sexual symbols. One example is the story of Jacob and his pillar god, found in the book of Genesis 35, 9 through 15, where Jacob is said to have fallen asleep on a rock, and when he woke up the next morning, he had a vision by God, so he felt that that rock itself was very important, a very spiritual symbol. So he said that this rock that I have slept on is a symbol for God's house, and this is where God is. He's in this rock because I had a dream that God gave me. After Jacob dreamed that Yahweh stood on a ladder that reached into heaven and promised him great fertility, he awakened out of his sleep, the scripture says, and took the stone that he had put up for his pillow and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on the top of it. That's from Genesis 28, 10 through 22. On another occasion, we read that God appeared to Jacob and promised that nations would be coming out of his loins, and Jacob would set up a pillar in the place where he talked with God, and the pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereupon it. Here is a typical picture of Jacob pouring the sacred oil on the pillar that he slept on. This was obviously a phallic symbol. So many people attribute things to be sacred when in point of fact they may mean something totally different. The whole world knows what happened to the Twin Towers in New York in 2001. The Twin Towers has become a very big subject around the world. But I want to show you where the idea, the concept of Twin Towers came from. We all know about the Twin Towers and the World Trade Center in New York. And just about everybody on earth has seen it all many times. But there's more to the story about the Twin Towers, as you will see. Most folks are not aware that when you see two tall high-rises standing together, that this is a very ancient symbol coming out of the ancient world, looking back to thousands of years ago. So let's look at the idea of two twin towers and what they symbolically actually represent. We see twin towers quite literally around the world, in India, in hotels, in Italy, in the Middle East. In Egypt, they have twin obelisks, or twin towers. In Islam, they have all over the Islamic world, you have twin towers before the mosque. In Nazi Germany, they had twin towers in churches, and these are in synagogues, for instance. These synagogues have twin towers. In the Masonic order, there is two twin towers, which are called Jachin and Boaz. Twin towers are everywhere, and there's a reason why there is something called the twin towers. And that's what I want to get into and explain to you where this idea comes from and what it represents. You will begin to see the idea, the very concept of two identical towers is used in Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and of course in the secular world. And most people do not realize the actual reason why and what the twin towers symbolizes. So let's look at the origins of the idea of building twin towers or twin pillars. It all started in India thousands of years ago, and then to Egypt, and finally to today. In the book Symbols, Sections of Stars and Popular Beliefs, which is a book discussing all the ancient symbols in religions by Ernest Rosenbach, dedicated to understanding the symbolism in the ancient world and how it impacts us today. According to the Egyptians, you had two phallic symbols holding up the canopy of heaven. The two phallic symbols, or the two phallic pillars, is a very important symbolism in ancient Egypt, and is found quite a few places. The twin towers idea worldwide. In the old ancient Babylonian system, the kings that would rise in the morning between twin towers, two towers. This is the old Babylonian system. In India, you have the gods standing between the two towers. It was an idea of twin columns. It goes back into the ancient world. The twin towers are connected to the concept in the ancient world of twin phallic pillars. Here we have the twin pillars on each side of the opening, and then the large twin pillars on both sides. The idea comes from a biblical story about a symbol which today has been taken up by Freemasonry. The Masonic order has taken from the Bible the story about Jachin and Boaz. They were twin towers, or they were twin pillars, and they represented two phallic pillars. And so we're talking about phallic worship now. And this is something that a lot of people don't connect to, the idea of twin towers, but it goes back into an ancient time where the idea was two phallic pillars, and they were called Jachin and Boaz in the Bible. And this is a Masonic symbol today. It's been picked up and used in Freemasonry around the world. The reason why is because you need the two to hold up the heavens. You can't do it with one. And so the ancient Egyptians always showed two towers or two pillars. There is obviously more yet to the story of twin towers, but I'm just giving you a brief introduction to the idea that there is a symbolism involved here that most people are not aware of until you begin to see how many times that idea keeps popping up. A lot of people, when you mention the word New Age, it causes visions of people who are into metaphysics, spiritual retreats, hallucinogenics. All sorts of ideas are generated by the term New Age. And it has become a very important subject, especially in the religious world. Are we humans on this earth approaching a new age which is filled with darkness and evil? Because this is what Christianity is portraying the new age as. I want to show you that that is incorrect, that the new age is in the Bible all the way through the scriptures. It talks about the new age. Everyone has heard the stories of the end of the world. And there's a lot of talk about the new age as the end of the world. But very few people realize that both subjects, both the new age and the end of the world, are the same thing. Let's start with the end of the world, and then we'll go to the origins of the new age, and then the Christian church's view. First of all, we've been hearing about this idea of the end of the world for hundreds, if not 1,000 years. There have been religions around the world talking about the end of the world, and especially nowadays with the world today, the end of the world, which implies a world conflagration of wars and violence, atomic destruction, chaotic destruction of the human race, famines, disease, wars, violence, revolutions. The entire idea of the end of the world is apocalyptic in proportions, implying the end of humanity itself. Let's see what the actual term end of the world really means from the Bible's viewpoint. We have books called The End of the World, How Will the World End, The Atomic Bomb and the End of the World. The New Testament King James Version talks about, in the book of Matthew 13, it says that Jesus said the enemy that sowed them is the devil, and the harvest is the end of the world. Here's Jesus talking about the end of the world. End of the world. But important is, what does the word world mean, and where does it come from? Interesting also, in another scripture in the Bible, Jesus talks about something he called the regeneration. The footnote says it will mean a renewal or recreation of the whole social order on earth. Jesus talked about this regeneration, and then adds that regeneration will be God's kingdom. Here we have in the scriptures talking about where Jesus said, "Verily I say unto you, you who follow me, in the regeneration of the world." We've seen regeneration means of making it new, recreating the whole world. And we find other Bible translations when speaking about this recreation of the social order of the world, refers to it as the New World Order, the New World. In the Interpreter's Bible Dictionary, we see talking about the regeneration. And it says that this regeneration, there is a reward in the world to come, which is a regeneration or a new world. So it does not imply that there's a destruction of the whole humanity in the world when there's going to be a reward in the time of regeneration or the new world. Commentary Bible says the promise has to do with the new world, a regeneration or a rebirth in an age to come. There will be a new heavens and a new earth. Here in the Bible Encyclopedia, it says in the new world, or the regeneration. Again, that word keeps coming up. Josephus used it as the restoration of the land of Israel. Jewish hopes await a renewal both of the land and the entire world. And so the Son of Man, Jesus, his domination will be in the time which is called the New Age. So in the New Testament word world is actually a Greek word, aeon. Aeon does not mean world. It was a mistranslation and a misunderstanding by the church fathers who translated the Latin Vulgate. They took the word from the Greek aeon and thought it meant world, when now we understand, no, it was a mistake. World is age. Word age is actually aeon. So when you're talking about, and when you hear people talking about the end of the world, no, it's the end of an age, which implies that there's a new age coming. And there has been other ages that in the past, and we're living in a particular age now, and there will be a new age coming. For instance, here's a quote from a reference work on the Bible. It says, "The world, or age to come, was a familiar expression among the Jews for the Messiah's kingdom." And in the New Testament, it's employed partly in regard to the kingdom as now established, and partly in regard to the future development, the age of glory. It is used in this latter sense by our Lord. And the ages of the world are therefore the great cycles of time. They're great ages where the degeneracy and corruption or the progression and development through which it has always been destined to pass, and in part has passed already. So what we're talking about in a new age is the ages of time which have come and gone. Civilizations are founded and grow, and then they die, and new civilizations come. And so the whole idea of aeon is a continual progression of the ages of the world. Here in John 39:32, it says, "Sometimes the world, and especially this world, seems to denote where elsewhere in the New Testament is called the present age or world." The New Oxford Dictionary with the Apocrypha, it says at the top, Jesus said, "I say to you that in the new world," so here's Jesus talking about the new world, no, new age. Interpreter's Bible Dictionary, it says, "Consummation is fitly celebrated by a new song, when the return from exile heralds a new age." Now we're getting it right. So that it says, goes on to say, in the New Testament ideas are taken up and applied to the kingdom of God introduced by Christ. His bearers recognize in his ministry a new teaching, a new age which draws with his ministry is a regeneration or a new world, but it's new age. Here in Matthew, we see in the Harper Study Bible Dictionary, it says where Jesus said to his apostles, "Truly I say to you in the new world." Again, the misunderstanding of the word aeon. It's the new age. Expositor's Dictionary of the Bible says the Greek words, various Greek words are translated world in the Bible, age, aeon, which means age, and translated world. So here's a classic example, just showing you very simply that the translators of the Bible misunderstood the Greek word. Now we will see that many modern Bible translations are correct when they are translating the word aeon not as world, but as an age. Here we have, for instance, Jesus said, "I will be with his," he's talking about his apostles, and he said, "I will be with you even to the end of the age," not world, end of the age. The Holy Bible, New and Old translations, we see marks clear distinction between the reward already in this age and the reward in the age to come, showing that there's two ages, the old age and the new age. And it says in the Bible, in the age to come. New Testament says, and this is Ephesians 2, it says, in the ages to come. This is the new translation. And now they're doing it right. Now they're saying that aeon means age. Ephesians says, in the ages to come. We even have Jesus himself promising that his kingdom will be coming in the new age. Jesus replied, it says here in the scripture, Jesus replied, "Truly I tell you, in the world that is to be." Again, New and Concise Bible Translation says, Jesus said to them, "I give you my solemn word, in the new age, which the Son of Man takes his seat upon the seat of glory." So here's Jesus saying, in the new age, which is to come. The American Bible Translation says, Jesus said, "I give you my solemn word in the new age to come." So now we're getting it right. Each time we see the scripture talking about Jesus talking to his apostles, he tells them he will be with them to the end of the age, and he will see them in the new age. These ages we're talking about are part of the zodiological system of what we call the zodiac, because the zodiac has 12 signs which represent 12 different ages. And so we are now in one age, and now we're told that we're getting ready to go into a new age, which is going to be the kingdom of God in the future, into a new age of the zodiac. And so that's why the word age is very important to understand. It has to do with the 2,150-year ages of the zodiac. Each one of the signs of the zodiac is 2,150 years long, and each one is called a zodiological age. And so now we're getting ready to leave an old age of Pisces, and we're getting ready to come in soon to the new age of Aquarius. So that's what we're talking about in the Bible. When you talk about the end of the world, notice the end of the old age of Pisces. And that's why when you hear Christians talking about these are the last days and the end times, yes, it's the last days and end times of the age of Pisces. And we're getting ready to go into the new age of Aquarius, the man with the water pitcher. That's all we're talking about. Today, Protestant Christianity and Catholic Church both are everywhere talking about the obvious new age, the new world to come is evil, and that this world's coming to an end, and it's frightening the whole world because nobody seems to understand what the words really mean. And I think that it's probably true that the church purposely misled the people into thinking that aeon meant world. So it would frighten kings and rulers and princes and all kinds of powerful people on the earth to know that there's coming an end of the world, and the only way to save you is if you submit yourself to the Holy Father and to the church. I think this was a political move to frighten the world into submission to the Holy Father and to Christianity. What else has the church known that they didn't tell us? What's the real story in the Bible? See, so this is why the church figures it's better, like a president during wartime, don't go into why we're at war. Just leave it alone. Whatever it is, let people think whatever they want, and just leave it alone. Because all you're going to do is cause yourself a lot of trouble if you start digging into the real facts behind the world events. So leave it alone. People believe this, let them believe it. So the bottom line is that there is no end of the world. It's an end of the aeon, a Greek word which is translated correctly, an age, one of the ages of the zodiac. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
Moses is one of the most interesting characters in the Bible. I hope to show you why. So we all know that Moses was the prophet that brought down the law to the Jewish people, and he has become the symbol for law pretty much around the world. So in talking about Moses, you think about law. But there's a lot more to Moses that you need to know about. Moses was a prophet in the Jewish system of things. He was one of the oldest names in the Bible, one of the most revered figures in the Bible, because he was supposedly so close to God. And he has given to the world the 10 Commandments. The history of Moses takes us back to ancient Egypt, and to the Israelites back in the time of Egypt, in ancient Egypt. He was a very fierce man for the truth and for leading the people, and supposedly the Jewish people, the Hebrew people, He was a major leader at the time when they were in Egypt. And he became, because he went up into the mountain and got the 10 Commandments from God, he became known as the lawgiver. The point we need to remember is that Moses was a very important man to the Hebrew people and into the history of the Jewish people in Egypt. He was supposedly born in Egypt and was bred in the house of the princess, and he was around royalty continually, and yet he had a love for the Jewish God, and so he protected the Jewish people, and he became so important to the history of the Hebrew people at the time of Egypt that today he even is recognized as a very important person to remember in history about law. He was the one who led them out of Egypt, according to the story that Egyptian life had become so difficult for the Jewish people, and they wanted out of Egypt. And so Moses was the one who had the strength to stand up before Pharaoh and say, "Let my people go, and we will leave out of Egypt." And so this is even today still remembered, a very heroic deed for Moses to step up and take the leadership of the Hebrew people and walk out of Egypt and leave Egypt. He took them up into the north, where we today refer to it as Lebanon and Israel, etc. The most important point I wish to make is the fact that there is so much more to this ancient prophet, leader of the Hebrew people, than has been discussed publicly, and I want to talk about some of those things. Moses was called by God to come up into the mountain of Mount Sinai, and God was going to give Moses what we now refer to as the 10 Commandments, which is actually a new dispensation for Jewish law, a brand new way to understand the Jewish understanding of God. And so he goes up into the mountain and he encounters the presence of God, and God gives him 10 commandments to bring back to the people to begin a new dispensation, a new understanding of God. And so when Moses comes down from the mountain, he sees the Jewish people still worshiping God the old way. They were worshiping a golden calf because it had to do with the particular astrological times in which they were living. And the times in which they were living then, at the time of the 10 Commandments, was Taurus to Bull. And so they were worshiping the golden calf in relation to Taurus to Bull. Well, Moses comes down and sees the Jewish people still worshiping in the old way, and becomes very frustrated. Before he even talks to them, he becomes very frustrated and then throws the law. It was referred to as the law. And so Moses throws down the law and breaks the law. So Moses was the first lawbreaker. He was carrying 2 stones on which the laws, the 10 Commandments, were written. And so he carries these down, and then when he sees the Jewish people still worshiping the old way, he throws those down in frustration. And so that's where we get the term today, breaking the law. The Jews were worshiping the calf because they realized that they were worshiping the sun in the astrological age of Taurus the Bull. The next astrological age, of which Moses was going to lead his people into the next age, was going to be Aries the ram. And he was teaching them that there was a new way they were going to worship God. And this time they would blow the ram's horn to signify the age of the ram, the shofar. Here we have pictures showing that God is handing Moses the 10 Commandments on these tablets. The tablets themselves are very interesting, the design and what they were all about. We find that there's a very interesting connection between the 10 Commandments of the Hebrews and the 12 negative confessions of the Egyptians. The Egyptians already had 12 laws, so to speak, and they were called the 12 negative confessions. And so when you read the negative confessions and then the Ten Commandments, they're exactly the same. The only difference is one is in Egypt, they said, here are the things we will not do, as a negative confession. Here are the things we will not do. We will not lie, we will not steal, we will not do this or that. Well, the Ten Commandments says, the Lord says, you should not do this, you should not do that. But it's very similar. So we know basically where the Ten Commandments came from the 12 negative confessions of Egypt. Well, if you remember that religion itself is a development of human creativity, and there are so many stories in different religious books around the world, so many wonderful stories in theological ideas and concepts which obviously were just made up by men to promote their particular religious belief. But back to the Moses giving of the law, that particular scene of Moses with the Ten Commandments, the very stalls and the very stones themselves is very important. Moses is always the lawgiver, and the Jews today still respect Moses as probably one of the most important people in their history besides Abraham. You will see Moses in pictures and paintings and sculpturings. Moses has horns. And it's been all around the world. People have wondered, why is it Moses, he has horns? And it's interesting to understand what the horns represent on Moses. The horns of Moses, and you will see that there was in the ancient world, at Moses' time, in that ancient time, there was a moon god, and the moon god's name was Sin, and he was always represented by the lower quarter of the moon. And so the lower quarter of the moon was used as a symbol for moon worship. And they had goddesses of moon worship, which you have. Also, in Rome, you had moon gods. The Native Americans also have horns because they counted their days by many moons. Their days were like the Hebrews today. After 6 o'clock began a new day. Well, the same thing with the Native Americans. So all of these people from the ancient Hebrews to the Native Americans were using a lunar calendar. Lunar simply meaning the moon, and so the symbol for the lunar was the horns of the bull, or the horns which the Vikings used. This is a symbol for the lunar symbol, which you'll find everywhere in different religions. These are the horns that Moses wore. Here in Israel, you'll see carvings of the arms raised and to praise the moon. And Egyptian paintings show the moon. The Blessed Mother in Christianity stands on the moon. You'll see the moon everywhere in the ancient world of religion, which was showing us that the moon was very important, even at the time of Moses in Egypt. Moon worship was very prominent. And of course today, the Islamic world still uses the moon also, and in the Western world, the moon is still used as a symbol. We're talking about a moon cult many thousands of years ago in Egypt, of which Moses was the leader of the Hebrew people, which were worshipers of the moon at that time. If you go on the web and just type in moon god Sin, it will have all kinds of information showing you about how the moon was a very important part of worship in the ancient world. And they will also tell you that Moses was a leader of a lunar cult. There's a lot of information about the moon cult and the moon god, Yahweh or Allah. Here is a classic example in the ancient world of the moon god Sin. The god himself, his name was called Sin. And in the ancient world, Ai was a mountain in the times of ancient Egypt. Ai was a mountain, and so we have this moon god Sin in the mountain, Ai, and put it together and becomes Sinai. So Mount Sinai is actually the moon god Sin in the mountain of Sinai. Well, Mount Sinai today is felt to be the center for and the really foundation for the Jewish religion as it began to spread throughout the Middle East. Mount Sinai was where God met with Moses. God met with his people at Mount Sinai. But Mount Sinai is actually Sin-Ai. Now it's interesting that today in most of the Western world, the word synagogue is spelled S-Y-N-A. But in Israel, it's S-I-N-A, because Israel realizes that the original word was S-I-N, not S-Y-N, and because of the moon god Sin. Synagogue basically means temple of the moon, because Sin was the moon god. I think it's important to realize that there's a difference in the way it's spelled, one way in Israel and a different way in the rest of the world. Here is just one of many reference works. This is by an Andrew Kay from the Southern Methodist University. His article is Traces of the Worship of the Moon God Sin Among the Early Israelites. The Jewish tradition talks about the combination of the heavenly moon as a part of the most important part of the Jewish worship at that time. There are many symbols and emblems and paintings showing Moses in relation to the moon. And so here is pictures of a priest lighting a fire to signal a new moon. Here you will see an illustration of the Israelites and their worship of the moon, the prayer to the new moon. And below you will see sanctification of the new moon. This is from Amsterdam as far back as 1723, showing the importance still in the worship of Israel for the new moon, or for the moon. Above you will see the new moon etching from a book back in 1748, showing the Jews celebrating the new moon. Today, the new moon is still very important around the world to many cultures. And here we have a picture of Egypt and the Sinai. And down toward the bottom of the Sinai, there was a huge mountain range. And so here we see a better picture where Mount Sinai is referred to in the area of the wilderness of Sin. And Sin, of course, is the moon god. Sin is originally the moon god of the Arabic world. Allah and Sin and Moses with Yahweh, it all had to do with the worship of the moon god Sin. For some reason, the ancient Arabic world placed a very high respect on the moon. It's probably based on some phenomena that the new moon caused, because the Arabic world and the ancient world in general realized that the moon has a huge effect on our bodies. It has an effect on our food supply, and it pulls the oceans of the world. And so the moon was very important to the ancient world. I mean, that is a whole study in itself, why the ancient Arabic world had such a reverence for the moon. They always used the moon to keep the track of days, because their days started at sundown, at 6 o'clock. Because why? Because that's when the moon comes out. While the Christians were worshiping and having their holidays and important times in their religion, on Sunday they were worshiping worshiping the Son of God. The ancient Arabic world and the ancient Hebrews were under the influence of the moon god. The Christians, as you know, have a sun calendar, and their days start from sun to sun, while the Hebrews and the ancient Arabic world had a lunar calendar, which counts their days from sundown to sundown. The moon, as it comes up, and it was referred to as the lunar god who lived in a mountain, and the real Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai itself was understood to be a volcano. And this is why when Moses goes up into the Mount Sinai to get the new 10 Commandments from God, he is confronted by the mountain is on fire. And so anytime you have a mountain on fire, that happens if you have a volcano. And so Mount Sinai was known and is even today recognized as being probably connected to volcano worship also. And so this is why Moses goes up and he sees the mountain on fire and he talks to God. And the scriptures, even in the Old Testament, the Bible says that the ancient Hebrews were frightened when they would hear the thunder in the mountain, because they said thunder was a word we call thunder, but the ancient Hebrews said it was the voice of God. He's talking to them. And he had lightning, and that was trying to get their attention. So God was very angry and very upset with the Jewish people, because it was like a mountain on fire. Well, of course, we're talking about a volcano. So Moses becomes important in volcano worship also. Here you will see Moses pictures. These are all pictures from Christian and Jewish publications showing Moses going up into the mountain, and it appears to be a volcano. Well, it's because it was a volcano. Here we have a Jewish publication showing the children of Israel running away when they hear God thundering in the mountain. It looks like a volcano. All of the pictures of Moses going up into the mountain to get the 10 Commandments always shows the mountain on fire. All right, so here we have Moses preparing to go up to the mountain to get the new 10 Commandments from God, and that appears to be a volcano. Here is a particular religious celebration. It's called the Feast of the Giving of the Law. And in the Hebrew reference works, you look up the celebration of the Feast of the Giving of the Law, and what do you see but a volcano? So the word volcano comes from a Latin volcano god called Vulcan, or Volcanus. It's derived from an old Cretan deity, Volcanus. Here is the old volcano god Vulcan. And it was always because the people were frightened to death at the thunder and the lightning that was caused by the volcano. And they thought it was God talking to them. And so then we talk about Prometheus, was another ancient god about the time, was also a volcano god who was worshipped and took him to Greece, while Yahweh was a volcano god who the worshipers took him back to Judah. And this is again why Moses encountered God in the burning bush, and it seems as not only the burning bush, the whole mountain was on fire. Yahweh was worshipped by the Jews as a volcano god and a lunar deity, and there's a lot of interesting connections with the ancient world religions that it's not that easy to explain how all of these pieces came together to form a particular religion. It says in one of the reference books, it says, yet the original Yahweh seems to have begun as a volcano god also. Mount Sinai, where Moses encountered him, was the seat of a Midianite god who had formerly dwelt in a volcano. Here we have Moses getting the law from God, and you'll see the lightning and the fire and the thunder and the lightning all around him. We go back to the book of Exodus where we read, and the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud. Now this is talking about the time when the Jews were leaving out of Egypt, and God was going to be with them as they went on their journey. And so it said that God went before the people by day in a pillar of cloud. He showed that he was with them by having a cloud follow them everywhere they went to lead the way out. And by night, he would have a pillar of fire to give them the indication that he was with them at night. They could see the fire. So they knew God was with them. In the daytime, it would be a pillar of cloud, and at night, it would be a pillar of fire. It goes on to say in 22, it says, and he took not away the pillar of cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night from before the people, to let them know he was with them. Well, that's what you get in a volcano, is a pillar of cloud by day, right? A pillar of cloud by day does not necessarily mean God is there. It means it's a volcano. And then you have a pillar of fire by night, of course, a volcano. So we go on to read in different parts of the Old Testament Bible about Yahweh being a God of the fire and the pillar of fire, etc. Now here in Job 38 in the Old Testament, we read that in the footnotes, the storm, the clouds, God's tent. And so the ancients believed the clouds were a tent in which God lived when he was following them. So the clouds, God's tent, gathers as the thunder, the voice of Yahweh, roared. They descended, and God shoots the arrows of his lightning. Down in 37, it says his thunderbolts. God thunders wonderfully with his voice, showing that Yahweh in the Old Testament was just another volcano god who thunders with his voice. And of course, Zeus was also connected to the worship of Yahweh because he was also a god of lightning and thunder, the same as Yahweh. As a matter of fact, there's a whole story about the connection between Zeus and Jehovah, because today Zeus gives us our word for God, Dios in Latin. And so Dios is Latin as God. It's taken from the name of Zeus. And they even have a canal called the Suez Canal, which is Zeus spelled backwards. So Zeus was very important back in those ancient days too, as a volcano god. You can see how the ancient people would be frightened, thinking that God was in this holy mountain and the mountain's on fire. We keep in mind that in the Hebrew language, says thunder is called kolath, or voices, for it's considered the voice of God. The Bible in the Old Testament uses a term for the voice of God, but it is actually the word for thunder. After it, a voice roared. He thundered with his voice of his excellency. Again, just showing that we were talking about a volcano god going all the way back into ancient Egypt. And Yahweh was also called Volcanus. He was a Vulcan god, the god of the Vulcans. Even today in Hawaii, the volcano goddess, the whole idea of connecting a god with a volcano has to do with the sexual reproduction of the human race. That's the fire of reproduction. And so it's the fire that gives life to the earth. That's where it actually came from. Today, the Jewish religion is not as dominated by the moon as it was maybe thousands of years ago. So ideas change from time to time. Here's another important part of the Moses story, is that Moses, we are told, when the Israelites were trying to get out of the area they were in, and God was with them, they didn't have the foods, and they were starving. And so they came to Moses and said, you told us to leave, and we're following you, but now we don't have any food to eat. Moses talks to God, and it is said that God gave to the Hebrew people a manna to eat. And it was spelled M-A-N-N-A, manna. And so it was the manna from heaven. God said, all right, I will give you food for the moment. You're not going to starve. God told Moses, tell the people to go out in the morning, early morning, and on the ground there will be little round white disc-shaped things, and to eat it, because this will be good for you. And so that will save you from starving. Manna is actually in Hebrew means, what is it? Because the people didn't know what it was. It was on the ground and it was good to eat, but they don't know what it is. And then the Bible goes on to say that it was small. Manna was small. It was round, flaky. It was white. It was obviously from heaven because Moses said God gave it to them. And so here we have pictures of the Israelites under Moses' direction out in the morning picking the manna from heaven to eat. Even in the Bible it says, and when the dew, this is in Exodus talking about this time, and it says, and when the dew that lay on the ground was dried up in the morning, behold, on the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said to one another, "It is manna," for they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, "This is the bread which the Lord has given you to eat." We now know that what we were talking about was mushrooms. So we're talking about the ancient people of Israel were being fed by God mushrooms, the magic mushroom. And so you see the people of Israel on the grounds in the morning picking mushrooms. And we know now there's been a lot of books written about the magic mushroom as it's used in the religious rituals and in the Jewish culture and in the ancient cultures of the Middle East. A lot of people use mushrooms. Today, like James Arthur's famous book, Mushrooms and Mankind, The Mystery of Manna, Magic Mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms of the world, psychedelic sacraments of the mushroom. A lot of people do not know that the Hebrews were very interested in this manna from heaven and have kept the tradition. And today, mushroom and eating mushrooms is still being used today around the world. But what we're talking about actually is the magic mushroom, which is a psychedelic mushroom. Eating the mushroom, we are told, enhances your ability to understand things openly, opens your mind up so you can understand and see things and experience the spiritual and the metaphysical properties of life. Here is an article in Israel. It says Moses was high on drugs, Israeli researcher writes. There's been quite a few articles in Israel. Here's another one from an Israeli magazine or newspaper. Hebrew University researcher Moses was tripping out on Mount Sinai, showing that even in Israel they realized that Moses was not only the leader of a moon cult, he was also connected to a volcano god. And then also he was the one that was introducing the use of magic mushrooms to the Jewish community. You can actually see the connection with the so-called New Age movement today and the progression of the same old, as I've said before, the more we change, the more we stay the same. Today we're talking about a new age that's coming, a new time, and a new law, and a new understanding of God. And what's part of that is magic mushrooms again, and natural phenomena. Moses was not the only one on mushrooms. We also see mushrooms going back even further back in time than the time of Moses. If you look today, you will see in the Vatican, Adam and Eve supposedly in the Garden of Eden with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Actually, in the Vatican, it shows the Adam and Eve at the mushroom, taking mushrooms. Here's another Christian fresco showing Amanita muscara as the tree of good and evil in the Garden of Eden. So according to the ancient Vatican records, Adam and Eve were not in the garden with the tree, as we've been told, but they actually show Adam and Eve eating mushrooms. And that was opening their mind to be against God and to do all kinds of things that they couldn't do before. So the magic mushroom has been around for a long time too. John Allegro was number 3 man in the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And in it, his book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, which is a study of the nature and the origins of Christianity within the fertility cults of the ancient Near East, in which he shows that ancient Christians were on mushrooms also. The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross it's been a very famous book for a long time, and it opened up a whole new study in Christianity also about their use of the magic mushrooms. Because if you use the magic mushrooms, yeah, you'll talk to God all right. You'll have some psychedelic experiences, and Christians will call that, I talk with the Lord. No, it's just a psychedelic experience that mushrooms have on your mind. But we see this magic mushroom, which is Amanita muscara. This particular one is very potent for giving the brain a whole new experience taking this, and so we see it used everywhere. Many religions in the Middle East and India and Africa, depend on the magic mushroom and the effect it gives in the human mind to put you into an altered state of consciousness. So, now there are many symbolisms connected to all of the stories coming out of the Old Testament about Moses. And one of the symbols that I think is interesting is the headdress that people and royalty and people in the Middle East use, which connects directly to the idea to Moses introducing the magic mushroom, because so many of the priests were priests of the mushroom. There have been many books written about the fact that they were called priests of the mushroom. They wore mushroom headdresses. Mushroom headdresses were actually rather prevalent in the ancient times. So Moses was involved in a lot of things, a lot of stuff in the Bible that Moses is involved with. We just don't understand the implications of it. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
Today, in the world of religion and government and secret societies, there's a very important facet to the connection between governments and religions by secret societies, and that is the use of the planet Saturn. Saturn is referred to in the ancient world as Lord of the Rings. Well, of course he is the Lord of the Rings. And men were told to, when they get married, to get married before your Lord, and you wear a wedding ring. Circles and rings were used in different religious events. In order to show you the importance of the planet Saturn in religion, generally speaking, throughout the world, I think it would be appropriate to give you some ideas about the original Hebrew religion and where it came from, and then how it has progressed over the years until today. Saturn dominates the Hebrew religion. It also dominates many of the other religions of the world in the Middle East. Originally, there was ancient religion, but it wasn't Hebrew or Jewish. Going back to the Middle East, we find that it was probably more Egyptian than it was Jewish. But the Jewish people, or what we call the Jewish people back then, at that time, the dominating worship at the time in Egypt and the whole Middle East was the worship of the moon. And moon worship was very important. The Egyptians especially put a lot of importance on the worship of the moon. Well, the moon god, if you were in Egypt and you're looking east, in the middle of the Sinai desert is an enormously high mountain range. And so the people on the Egyptian side of the Sinai would look eastward, and every evening about 6 o'clock, the moon would come up from the mountain. The moon became known as the old man of the mountain. And the moon name, the old man's name was Sin. S-I-N was the name of a moon god to the ancient world in the Middle East. And the mountain was Ai, so you put the two together, Sin and Ai, becomes Mount Sinai. Well, that's where Mount Sinai is said to be, is in the Sinai desert. And this is why the Hebrews today, as they did many hundreds of years ago, they have a lunar calendar based on the moon. They trace their beginnings of each day from sundown to sundown. Why? Because that's when the moon comes out, is from sundown to sundown. First of all was the moon. Later on, Jupiter comes into the picture in ancient Hebrew worship. Jupiter, because in the ancient world, Pater, P-A-T-A-R, or P-A-T-E-R. And in the Phoenician Canaanite language, it was a Piter, P-I-T-E-R. The ancient name for the Jews was I-U, in the King's English, the old King's English, for the word Jew. It wasn't spelled J-E-W, it was spelled I-U or I-O-U. So I-U was Jew, and Pater was the father. So it became known as the father of the Jews was I-U Pater, where I's and J's are interchangeable. So now it becomes J-U Pater, or Jupiter. Jupiter now becomes very important in the Jewish religion, and then from the changing of the astrological age of Aries, from blowing the ram's horn, to Pisces, you now move into the Christian age. Today, we have, in the Vatican, we have a statue of Saint Peter. No, it's not Peter, it's Pater, Father God, Pater. And you put J-U in front of it, it becomes Jupater. That's at the beginning of the Christian dispensation. And now, within the last 500 years, 400 or 500 years, Jupiter has now been eclipsed and has kind of gone into quiet. And now the main planet today is Saturn. Saturn is referred to as the Lord of the Rings. And as we said, that Saturn is today actually the god of the Hebrews today. In the old Phoenician Canaanite language, you spell the name Saturn, S-H-A-B-B-A-T-H, Shabbat. And so if you're going to worship the planet Saturn, the Shabbat, you do it on something called the Sabbath. So when you hear in the Ten Commandments, remember to keep holy the Sabbath, Sabbath is the Phoenician name for the planet Saturn. Saturn, as a god, was always called the god of the black robe. Black is a very important color in both Judaism and the Catholic Church and Christianity because black represents Saturn. Saturn is the god who is a judge of all mankind. That's why judges in courtrooms wear a black robe. Shabbat also has another interpretation. Saturn is the seventh planet. He's also sometimes represented as the Grim Reaper, Father Time. Very interesting, all the little details about Saturn and its numbers applying to it and the colors and all of that. We get our idea about chronology from Saturn, so we have something called a calendar, chronia, the calendar. Saturn was Chronos in Greek. Another reason why Saturn was important is because Saturn was understood to be the inhibitor, one who holds you back in life. That's why when you are celebrating your God on the Sabbath, you do no work. Because the ancients said if Saturn is the inhibitor who holds us back, then we won't do anything. He doesn't have to hold us back. We'll just not do anything on Sabbath. The reason why that Saturn became known as the inhibitor, and because it circled, ancient man didn't know there were any other planets out past Saturn, so they assumed that he's the bottom line. He's the one that holds us together. Saturn is still important in Middle Eastern religions, Arabic religions. The Star of David is a six-pointed star. Well, a six-pointed star is actually referred to by the reference works as a hex, a hexagram. Hex simply means six, which incidentally In the Bible, 6 is the number of a man. How do you spell 6 in Latin? It's sex, S-E-X. So 6 is a six-pointed star. And today the Jews call it the Star of David, but the encyclopedias will show you that a six-pointed star is a hex, and it will tell you that it was originally the star of Saturn. So in the ancient world, some of the priests would draw a circle on the ground and draw a triangle, and then they would put another triangle obverse going the other way, which makes it a six-pointed star, and then they would be able to step inside of the circle and into the star and cast a spell on you. And so the idea was that they put the hex on you. In 1977, NASA sent out the Voyager, and as that probe moved out into space, it passed over Saturn. And as it passed over Saturn, it happened to go close to the North Pole of Saturn. For some reason, on the North Pole of Saturn is a hexagram, a six-pointed hexagram on the North Pole of Saturn. Scientists cannot explain how there is a six-pointed star on the North Pole of Saturn, and what's even worse to try and explain is how come the Jews knew that Saturn was connected to 6 in a hexagram. Somehow or another the Jews knew that six-pointed star was somehow connected to Saturn. There was no way for us to know until 77 when the space probe went across. NASA had to explain to us that it was simply a fluke. It was something that just happened, nothing to be concerned about. Then like 40 years later, when the Cassini craft goes out, that same hexagram is still there on Saturn. It wasn't just a little fluke. It's there on Saturn even today. In the motion picture Lord of the Rings, Sauron is portrayed as an evil eye. If you go to the South Pole of Saturn, you will see what as altogether looks like an eye, the all-seeing eye. However, if you think about the planet Saturn with its rings, if you turn the angle just right, now the rings look like two separate eyelids with the center circle as the eye. So there's a lot of mysticism connected to the planet Saturn, the Jewish religion, the Catholic Church and the Catholic religion. Even Islam today has a symbol of Saturn that is dominantly important to Islam. And it was a black square or a black cube. And the black cube represents the planet Saturn. Well, that's what Mecca is in Saudi Arabia, is a black cube, a black square. All over the world, large black cubes in architecture and churches and monasteries, huge black square cubes, just like Mecca. In the movie 2001, Space Odyssey, in the book, the original book on that gave birth to the movie, in the book it was the astronauts were going to the planet Saturn to find this black cube. There again is the black cube in the planet Saturn. Anyone who studies the dark arts, the dark sciences, or the world of the occult knows that Saturn is very important to the dark side of this world in relation to religion and occultism. Saturn is the inhibitor. It'll set you back and teach you a lesson. Saturn represented government, military, the police department, governmental agencies. The Saturnalia was the celebration in Rome for the planet Saturn. And it happened like 13 days before the 25th. So it was like 12 days before what we call today Christmas. But it was the 12 days before, and it was called Saturnalia because Saturn was in Rome considered to be the god of chaos. That was another thing he was known for. What the Romans did with worshiping Saturn, they actually had 12 days of chaos in which the kings would bow to slaves and prisoners were let loose and they would be in charge of their masters who put them in prison. There was alcohol and sex and drugs and whatever you wanted. In the Roman Empire, you're free to do whatever it is you want to do. And so if you are a slave, when Saturnalia comes, you can go to the house of your master and bring him out and make him bow down and kiss your feet. So the idea was it was a chaotic time in which all law was just thrown away. And now it was up to anybody, whatever it is you want, go out and get it and take it. Today we call it Christmas. In the Roman Empire, the Saturnalia. And then there was a Brumalia, which was based on the worship of Saturn too. A very important NASA scientist named Norman Berglund has written a book called The Ring Makers of Saturn. And in that book, Norman Berglund, the scientist, shows actual pictures taken of the rings of Saturn, and one in particular has some sort of a vehicle, space vehicle, that is creating another ring. And it's not quite finished. So there's a ring on this side, and there is some kind of a space vehicle creating the ring, and it's almost ready to connect the ring, but it's not quite. And so we got some beautiful pictures. And it's going to ultimately connect it together, and that'll be a new ring in Saturn. So we know that the rings are artificial. Somebody's made them. I was speaking up in a conference in San Francisco a few years ago. He came over to me, and I wasn't expecting that. And he said, "Jordan, I've come here to meet you. I want to talk with you in private." And so we went back into the back of the restaurant and sat there, and he says, "I'm here to tell you something. I've come here, after I talk to you, I'm going home." And he said, "But you've been talking about the planet Saturn. I wanted to show you some things about Saturn you don't know." And so he pulls out some pictures. He had some pictures and NASA pictures. So he said, "But what we do know is that it's inhabited." My question was, could the rings be like a dish for communication in deep space? Because we have television dishes, the big dishes. Maybe the rings could be some kind of a communication device that can send out or receive from extreme distances, hundreds of light years away, with this dish set up. And he said, "Well, that's interesting. I don't know, that much about that idea." Saturn is a very important planet that balances out the positions of other stars. Jupiter and Saturn dominate our solar system. They're so large. Saturn is important in not only its physical qualities of being able to exert energy fields and sounds, but it also goes back into ancient history, which makes it really interesting. How did the ancient peoples know so much about the planet Saturn and also associate Saturn, as they did, with dark mystical forces? Saturn is probably the dominant figure in dark religions today, in the occult world, metaphysics. Saturn plays a prominent part in all magical systems. As a matter of fact, in Germany, today, there is a very powerful secret society called the Brotherhood of Saturn. The books written about them say they are probably the most important secret society on the face of the earth. They are connected behind the scenes to all kinds of powerful organizations governments, secret societies. I think the darkness associated with the planet Saturn and the occult religions of the world has to do with some actual, in fact, influence that Saturn has on the human race that the Jewish people realized that we didn't realize. And they probably got the idea from other ancient cultures that also venerated the planet Saturn. I am convinced that the world we live in is being dominated by an extraterrestrial presence. And I think that extraterrestrial presence is the one who is feeding us our ideas about theology, religion, the occult world, governmental systems, churches, and somehow the older teachers were knowledgeable about planet Saturn. But David Icke has been talking about this too for a long time, that Saturn is a very important planet to the occult world. And it is, because if you do any research into occultism, secret societies, Freemasonry, you will find that Saturn dominates the whole subject. I think that we have been on this earth, we humans, the way we live today, we've been on this earth with other life forms, other higher and far more intelligent and creative life forms that we really haven't looked at very closely and haven't really thought much about it. But when you do that kind of research into the things which are found on the earth that we can't explain, pyramids on the floor of the ocean, and great temples in the Pacific and in the Atlantic Ocean, and the pyramids of Egypt, and all of the wondrous, beautiful structures of the ancient and prehistoric world. There are just too many indications that there's a higher civilization that has been on this earth than we are, far higher. They understood the universe far better than we do even today. And so the Aztec, Mayas, the Incas, the Toltec peoples, the Egyptians, Babylonians, Sumerians, all of these ancient cultures were far, far smarter than we are. We've been learning from them. Our numerical system comes from Babylon. Our understanding of our religions and the concepts in our religions come from Egypt, come from the Hindus, the ancient Hindus. So I am totally convinced, as many other researchers and writers on the subject, that we are not as wonderful as we think we are, but there were far more civilizations that were far more adept at science and taught us today. They taught us. I believe that we're being manipulated even today by what we call government and governmental officials. But if you look at the history going back 6,000 years, it seems as though there's always been an overshadowing intelligence behind our evolution and our destiny. Someone as smarter than we are has been guiding us. The idea that we have been created by a higher form of life, a higher civilization has created us. It implies that they, in creating us, have purposely not given us full potential, because you don't do that with a new experiment. You just bring it along little by little and guide it the way you want it to develop. And so we don't have the wherewithal, intellectually speaking, to break away from the masters who have created this earth and seem to feel that they own us and that they can control us. We don't really have the wherewithal. And I think the reason why is because knowledge is power. And if you don't understand some of this hidden knowledge and hidden history of who we are and how we've got here, if you don't understand that, you're never going to understand why we don't have the power that we could have. if we join together. Even in the biblical understanding of the creation of man, it says that God made man and woman in his image after his likeness. And so it tells us something about our Creator by looking at ourselves. Because if our Creator was like us, and we are in that image and likeness, then there are many good people who are working to help the human family and help to educate and to protect, while there's many bad who want to just use us for slaves. So I think that there are good extraterrestrial life forms here who want to see us progress, but they also are aware that we should not become too smart, because if we become too smart and too clever, we may be presenting more trouble for everyone else out there in the universe, because we're already talking about going out to the stars and setting up new civilizations on other planets. But the extraterrestrials look at us and think, wait a minute, you're talking about coming out to the stars and setting up new civilizations like the one you've got on Earth today? I don't think so. With all the violence and pornography and drug addiction and murder and all the bad blood among peoples, and you're going to bring that out into the universe? You better think about that. I think the bottom line on this is that there are two sides to the story. There are some good extraterrestrials, aliens, and there are some who are evil. Same thing can be said for the human family. But that doesn't mean everyone's bad. It just means the ones who are bad are more vocal, and you see what they're doing. Because of the conditions that the world that we live in today exhibits, that there is a dark force in this world that tends to cause man heartache and tragedy and drug addiction and alcoholism. And I think, this is just my opinion, but I think that the reason why there is so much, again, drug addiction, alcoholism, the movement toward I and me and I want what I want, I think all of that is part of the frustration of the human family that realizes it's capable of so much more, but that the powers that be over us keep us down. They won't let you. If you're too smart, you're going to be in trouble. Government doesn't want you too smart unless you're working for government. I think when we were being created with some kind of an inborn or hardwired complex in us that we want to look to something higher. We want to look to a father. We want to have a mother and father, and they take care of us, and they make all the decisions for us, so we can just go out and play and have fun as children, because we have the authorities who take care of us. And so I think that stays with the human race, because all we are today, all the adults on the earth today are just grown-up children. Most adults think like children. They don't have an education of a really well-informed adult. And so I think that's the problem, is that our makers, and whoever they were, want to keep us ignorant, because that way they can control you better. I mean, when you start getting too smart, you start asking the wrong kind of questions. And now you're going to be in trouble, because now you, as an investigative reporter, you're starting to look at things going on in this world that you're not supposed to talk about. The best way to control people is to keep them frightened and confused. Because if the humanity, even the Bible said basically that if the human race were to ever put down its arms and stop fighting each other and join together and use their minds and use their spirits, that they would be invincible, that they would be an incredible civilization on this earth of extraordinarily brilliant creatures, human beings. And so to keep that from happening, because if we get too smart, our creators, or those who think that they own us and control us, will have bigger problems trying to control us. So they keep us ignorant and ill-informed and unread and fighting among ourselves like children. That keeps us out of their way, so that they don't do what we do. They don't fight each other. So I think that there is something to the idea that there is an extraterrestrial presence in our solar system, and it has been communicating with certain humans on the Earth, giving them knowledge. And so the knowledge is now out there that Saturn is very important to the extraterrestrial world. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
This dollar bill has value because it is based on your physical body. Your flesh and blood body backs up the authority of this money. If you're an American, this money is backed up by your body. Now let me show you how. When you look at the front of the dollar bill, you will see on each side are serial numbers for this particular dollar bill, are serial numbers. If you look on the back of your Social Security card, you will see the numbers on the bottom. The numbers on the bottom, usually in red, represent your blood on the New York Stock Exchange. It represents your physical body. That's why the numbers are in red, representing your blood. Now, when you take the numbers on the Social Security card and put it next to the serial numbers on the dollar bill, you will see it's the same sequence of numbers and letters. And so what it's actually telling you is that there's like whatever the amount is, 24 million or 4 million or $6 million, whatever it is that your body is worth on the New York Stock Exchange, there's that much money out there all over the world in fives and tens and hundreds with your Social Security number on it. So these numbers line up exactly correct the same way. The numbers can be in blue, black, or red. And so this is why years ago, we used to say the government is just going to beat you black and blue, because black and blue are colors that are used in banking. You have to sign with a blue or black pen, or you can sign with a red pen, which represents your blood. Your physical body is really very important to the corporation called the United States Corporation. That again is why they want you to wear your seat belt and have insurance, and in case something does happen to you, you need to have insurance. Why? Because the government doesn't want to pay for you to be in a hospital. They want you out making money for them. They don't have to put the money in to protect you in a hospital. Go get your own insurance, let them pay for it. The real powers behind banking today in America is insurance companies. Insurance companies are the most powerful hand behind the world of money because it has something to do with the 14th Amendment and how we were changed over from sovereignty, man, woman, and child, into a U.S. citizen. During the 1870s, when the corporation was being born in the minds of the politicians here, when they realized the United States of America was no longer a viable entity because we are a lot of things, but united isn't one of them. So we're no longer a United States, but we're a corporation. And so therefore your body now becomes a security for that corporation and needs money. It's a big corporation and needs money coming in. So that's why they want you to stay safe and drive safe so that you can make money. They don't want to put money out on you. They need you to go out and make money for themselves. This changeover from being sovereign man, woman, and child sovereigns, which means you are your own law. But when we changed over from the United States of America into a corporation in 1870, and we became known to the world as the United States Corporation, not the United States of America. From 1870 to the First World War and then the Second World War, the United States corporation went broke, financing all these escapades around the world with wars and revolutions and paying other countries to be our friends and all that. So the corporation called United States went broke. So they had to go back to the old days, go back to the British banking cartels who can print money out of nothing and had the ability to finance anything they wanted to do. And so the corporation had to borrow money from the British bankers to keep this corporation going, because the corporation's broke. And you don't want to go broke when you got millions of people who want to eat tonight, and the company, the United States, no longer is operable because it's broke. So the United States went to the European banking system and asked for loans to give us some money, loan us some money so we can keep our corporation going. Well, the bankers there said, well, why would we do that? You are already broke. So why would we turn around and give you money when we know you're broke? So how are you going to pay us back if we did give you the money? And so the British bankers and the international bankers in Europe came up with a brilliant idea. We'll loan you the money on whatever it is you need. We'll give you a blank check and you can do whatever you want with it, and we'll loan you the money. But what we want is, we want your citizens as collateral. And so the idea was, we'll give you lots of money, but we want your daughter, okay? We want your son. We want your wife. And so today we are collateral for the money that was borrowed to keep the corporation going back in the 1870s to the First World War. And so today we still talk about how we have a national debt. We have to pay off this national debt. No one's ever asked the question, who are we paying off? Who are we in debt to? My God, I thought we were the most powerful country in the world, and we're the envy of the whole world, and yet we have a national debt. And so the politicians tell, no, what it is just that we owe ourselves. You know, we do a lot for you, and so we've spent a lot of money on you, building your bridges and all that kind of stuff we do. And so we just want to keep it in the house. So you need to pay us, your government. Yeah, but it's not your government. It represents the bankers of Europe and England. And there is a debt, and you will pay it, because the British bankers loaned us a lot of money to build our railroads and our airports and our highways and all kinds of things that we've been building America, and it's very impressive. Yeah, but you don't have any money. You went broke during the First World War. And so that's why we today are a collateral for the debt. We do have a national debt. And ultimately, at the bottom line is the Vatican. The Vatican is the ultimate bottom line on all of this dark dealings behind the scenes with bankers in Europe, wars and violence. The whole banking establishment is based on the Vatican canon law. It's a very big story about the history of the world. The 33rd President of the United States was Harry Truman. And Truman made an interesting statement. Somebody asked him, is there anything going on in history that we haven't been told? And he said, the only thing that's hidden in history are the facts of life that you don't know. How this country really was founded, and where the money really came from, and who you really are. That you don't know, well, that's the real hidden history of this country. All of this stuff that you think you understand, nobody really understands how this system works. It's based on your blood, it's based on your body, it's based on putting your children up as collateral for later bills. It's a remarkable story, and it brings into play the Pirates of the Caribbean, the Federal Reserve, international wars, Like used to many years ago, they used to say, war is good business. You should invest your son. It's just a business. Today, we even have people called fight promoters. They put up the money and they organize the fight and they pick out who's going to fight who, and they pay both sides. And the whole thing is a show. This is why during wartime, you'll hear the generals talking about the wars in the Pacific theater or the wars in the Atlantic theater. A theater is is a word used in relation to a show. And that's why, because it is a show. And then you get into the esoteric symbols. On the dollar bill side with the pyramid has 13 layers. There are 13 layers in the pyramid. There are 72 stones in the pyramid. The pyramid has an all-seeing eye that's not touching the pyramid. Above it, it has the letters in Latin says Annuit Coeptus. Basically, Annuit Coeptus simply means our enterprise or our project now is a success. What project? What is it that's a project that's now a success? On the bottom, it says Novus Ordo Seclorum. Novus is a novice, meaning new. Ordo is order, and seclorum is secular, which means of the world. It's secular. It's a secular project, and it seems to be working. So our project is now a success. What? The new order of the world. When you hear people talking about the New World Order, it's on the American dollar bill, New World Order. And it's based on what? It's based on the ancient Egyptian concepts of government, finance, law, and the way the ancient Egyptians understood the world at large. That's why you have a pyramid. Now, interesting, the word pyramid comes from, it's actually two words. A lot of people don't know this. Pyramid is two words put together, pyra and mid. Pyra is fire, like pyromaniacs. Pyrotex is fire. And mid simply means middle. So you put the two together, it becomes pyramid, or the fire in the middle. This is why today, when you go into public buildings like restaurants and hotels, you will see the restrooms for male and female, right? And on the male restrooms, all over in the public, will always be a pyramid. It's always a triangle or a pyramid on a male restroom. Women's is always a circle on the women's. Why? Because the pyramid is fire in the middle. And so the idea was that the fire of sex is in the middle of the human body. And so the women are also involved with this. They're called the circle of life. They keep the circle of life going. Without the women, there's no children. You'll see around the pyramid, you will see a circle, and that symbolizes the sun. And that symbolizing the sun has to do with Stonehenge. Stonehenge seems to be connected to the Great Pyramid of Egypt because they've used the same identical measuring inside Stonehenge as they used in the pyramid. The connection between Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid of Egypt, not all the pyramids, only that one pyramid called the Great Pyramid. And that's not the big one in the middle. That's the one just before it, is actually called the Great Pyramid. And that Great Pyramid uses what is called the pyramid inch. It has to do with what the Egyptians called the sacred cubit, but that's another story. But the pyramid inch is used in the pyramid and in Stonehenge. This eye in the pyramid is representing the Egyptian sun god. The eagle, of course, represents the sun, and of course, on one side, we see that there's 32 feathers in one wing of the eagle and 33 on the other wing. 32 and 33 are Masonic numbers, the 32nd degree and then the 33rd degree. And of course, when you're going into court, they're going to give you the third degree. And so showing that the courts are all Masonic construction to start with. So if you're not a Mason, you need to stay out of court. You better find out what you're doing when you go into court, because they're going to give you the third degree. You will see 13 stars above the eagle's head, but the 13 stars are in the configuration of what we call the Star of David. And it's actually a six-pointed star, which is a hexagram. We call it the Star of David, but that is not correct. Actually, in point of fact, it's called the Star of Saturn. And look it up in the encyclopedias and you will see a six-pointed star has always been referred to as the Star of Saturn. But Saturn plays a very big part today in the world religions. The 13 stars, there are 13 arrows, there are 13 berries and leaves. There are 13 strips on the eagle's chest for the original American flag. The tail of the eagle has 9 feathers. There's a reason why. 9 is very important to the secret societies of Freemasonry coming out of the Vatican. The Vatican Freemasonry, York and Scottish Rite Freemasonry, they all realize that there's something very important about the 9 feathers, because the tail feathers of a bird help it direct its flight. It can decide where it wants to go according to the tail feathers. The reason why this is important, because if you look up the history of the Knights Templar, they were referred to as the Knights of the Temple of Solomon. Today it's in the Wailing Wall, is the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, is at the Wailing Wall. But if you look up in the dictionaries or encyclopedias the history of the Knights Templars, today what is called Knights Templars, we in America today call them the international bankers. The banking elites like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and all of these international elites all are referred to in law as Knights Templars. But the bottom line on this is that if you look up the history of the Knights Templars in encyclopedias, it will tell you that this Knights Templars were founded by 9 men. 9 men founded the Knights Templars. And then they will give you some story about how these 9 men got together after the Crusades, once the Holy Land was protected under the Pope's dominion, and that there were so many people wanted to go to the Holy Land. It was very dangerous traveling in those days in the deserts to go to see the Holy Land. Those 9 men got together, the reference works say, and they formed a protection for the pilgrims going from Rome and from Europe over to the Middle East. Well, logic alone would tell you 9 men are not going to protect anybody. They're not going to go and protect all the millions of pilgrims going to the Middle East with 9 men. That was a cover story. But the actual story is that the Knights Templars were 9 Catholic Masonic Order Freemasons who were putting together for the Vatican a whole new superstructure of money and banking and government, and the entire operation was under the Vatican control, and there were 9 men who were in charge of that project of rebuilding a new order in Europe. And so that's why the eagle has the 9 tail feathers. And most of the members of secret societies know that. If you bring this up, they'll tell you, yeah, well, there was no 9 men who protected the pilgrims. No 9 men could do that. The eagle has always been the symbol for the sun. Why? Because it has an eagle eye. It can see everything, and it's high up. The ancient peoples they saw their eyes were perfectly round, and then they look at the sky and see the sun is perfectly round. And then in their mind, the sun represented light, which light means intellectual, spiritual intelligence. You're enlightened instead of being ignorant and ill-informed and in the dark. And so they figured that God must be very bright. He's very brilliant. And so if you follow God, the sun, You're his pupil. And so that's why today we have a pupil in the eye, because the sun is round and we are his pupil. We're following him. I remember reading back in the 60s that the dimensions of the dollar bill were based on the old Arabic dimensions of a magic carpet. They said that this was like a magic carpet. It is. You got enough of them, you can go anywhere. Lots of interesting things about the American dollar bill and our actual, real history of where we've come from. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
Today, we're going to talk about corporations. The United States of America no longer exists. And the reason why it doesn't exist, we are now a corporation. We're not a country. And the reason why is because many years ago, there was something happened here called the Civil War. And the Civil War, we're told, was one of the bloodiest wars humans have ever fought on the earth. It was a very bloody war. And so after it was over, it was understood that we are now, after the war, many things, but united was not one of them. One half of the country was killing the other half. And there's a lot of bad feelings among the Americans back and forth between North and South. Well, it was decided, all right, then let's do this. Let's have a United States corporation. We'll start a company. We'll call it the United States Corporation. It'll be a privately run municipal corporation. And we'll call it the United States Corporation. So therefore, everyone who is here will become an employee of the corporation. If you're working for this corporation, when you're on duty, you always usually have some sort of an identification tag showing that you're an employee of the company. As long as you are working and you're making money, then you are contributing to the company, the corporation. You're on the company time, so to speak. And so you are making money, and therefore you're paying out bills and paying out taxes and fines and fees and all of that. And so you are securing the corporation. They need the money, and so you're giving them the money. You're making the money and giving it to them. So you are a security. Water is the basis for our economics, period, on the earth. Because in the ancient world, going far back as the earliest times of the Roman Empire, the powers that be in the world then realized that they started to build their economic system in the Roman Empire based on the Phoenician Canaanite system of commerce in the Middle East, because they knew how to make money and they knew how to control money. So the ancient Romans understood and finally figured out that there should be two laws on the earth. The earth is two things. The earth is water and land. So there should be a law for the water and a law for the land. So today we even have terms that say, well, that's the law of the land. Why do you distinguish it law of the land? Because there's another law called the law of the sea or the law of water. So the law of the land is the laws that govern the culture of people on a particular spot of land. And so when you go to another country, you should be aware that there's a law of the land, which means there's a custom. You have to get used to the way people live and the way they do things. There's another law that supersedes that law, which is far more important. It's called the law of the sea. And the law of the sea is the law of water. And the law of water is simply banking, banks. Banks are all over the world. All banks operate the same. They operate on water. And so the bottom line is that your commerce is based on water. All ships, airships, rocket ships, sailing ships, I don't care what it is. If it's a ship, it's always referred to as a female. It's always she. The captains of any ship will tell you, oh, she's a good ship and she's seaworthy and oh, she's this and she's that. What do you mean she? The reason why captains call their ships she is because she delivers the product. And the product is usually based on water, and when her water breaks, there's a product. And the product was caused by the male manufacturing. So he has manufactured and she is in labor building the product. And so the product is based on water because when her water broke, the product comes out. If you're going to get married, you have to have a license because getting married, according to our laws today under the corporation, if you are getting married, you are an employee whose first duty is to the corporation. And so therefore you need to work and pay your bills and pay your taxes and everything because you're a security for the body social. The body social means the whole company. When you retire, which means you're going to bed, you're going to sleep, or you're going to quit, you're going to retire, you get Social Security. No, you are the security for the body social. And so they're going to give you a few dollars to live on, keep you alive, because if they don't, you're going to get all very upset. You don't have any money to live on, and you're going to cause more trouble. Give him something to live on and get him out of here, right? When a ship pulls into port, because I said all of our commerce is done by water, our biggest business is shipping, all over the world, shipping. When a ship pulls into harbor, it parks at its what we call its berth. It's a berth where they're berthing the ship, B-E-R-T-H. And so any item that was on that ship represents money. Therefore, every time a television or a car or anything, whatever that item is that's being brought here from another country, it's coming in on a ship, and she is bringing in the product, right? She. When the ship parks, it's sitting in its berth. And therefore, every single item coming off of that ship has to have its own certificate of manifest. Why? Because yesterday the ship wasn't here. But this morning you come to work and there's a ship here with $800 million worth of Toyotas. So it's manifested. So you have to have a manifest. And it's called a certificate of manifest, which goes with each one of those products. And on that manifest, it tells you, is it a 4-door? Is it 2-door? Does it have air conditioning? What nationality is it? How much does the baby weigh? What color eyes does he have? And does he have 5 fingers? And is he African or what? Does he have air conditioning? So you are simply a product because you are a product that has to have its own certificate of birth. So therefore you have today something called a birth certificate. And it has to be signed by the dock because that's what the ship is sitting at the dock. And if you happen by chance to have one of the cars or one of the TVs drop off in the ocean, that's okay. There are insurances that cover that, but you have to have a death certificate. Why? Because you're not just going to lose a car and the bank is not going to make money on that. You lost a car? Yeah, well, you better go find it. And if you can't find it, then you need to go through the regulations and sign a death certificate. And that's why, as I said, that's why you have to have a license, because this is a corporation. And used to, when we were a republic, you could wear a gun anytime you wanted, and you could go into town and go in the bar, and if you have a falling out with a guy in the bar, you can either settle it like gentlemen, or you can go out in the street and duel. And one of you is not going home tonight, see? Why? Because it was a free country. And individuals, men and women and children, when this country was founded, was said to be, and it was understood that you are a sovereign in this country. That's why you could wear a gun anytime you wanted. Cowboys wear guns, and then people even in the eastern states will wear guns. Why? Because you are a sovereign. Under international law, anyone born in the United States of America was a sovereign, which means you're a king or a queen. And so the man was king of his realm, king of his home. And women were the queens. A king and a queen have the privilege of declaring war on any time they please, on anyone they please. That's one of the nice things about being a king. You don't need to ask anybody permission. You want to go out and pick a fight? Well, you better have a gun with you. It doesn't mean you're going to win, and it doesn't mean you're smart for doing that. It just means you're armed, and you're going to face another guy, and he's armed, so you better figure out if you can do this or not, right? Now we understand that your body is like 78% water. And when you come out of your mother, her water broke. So therefore, everything we do in commerce is based on water. And that being the case, it's based on shipping. The idea is don't rock the boat when you're at work, don't rock the boat. We run a tight ship here, we don't want to rock the boat. And so, are you with us, mate? Yeah, come aboard on the citizenship. And so now you got the dealership and sportsmanship and citizenship and all the different kind of words that end in ship. Why do you have banks? Where do you find banks? Banks are on both sides of a river. They're called river banks. What does a river bank do? It directs the flow of the currency. Money runs through your hands like water. No, money is water. That's when you put it into a bank, it's called currency, because it's a current, it's an ebb and flow. Comes in and goes out, and comes in and goes out. It's a flow of money, and then money is water. Money is a cash flow, a liquid asset. There's a reason why everything works the way it does. In a corporation, let's say you work for General Electric or Ford Motor Company, General Electric cannot make law like stamped in stone. Whatever General Electric does, they don't have the power to create law. But they do have the power as a corporation to make their policy. And so they will tell you, look, it's just our policy. There's no damn law. There's no law that says it. But our policy is for you to show up at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's just our policy. And our policy says that you take off at 11:30 for lunch and you go home at 4 o'clock. That's just our policy. It's not written in stone in God's law. It's just our policy. So today, you ask any politician, what kind of law do we have in this country today? And they would tell you it's called public policy. It's a policy. It's not law. Who came up with that policy? Well, we have policy makers. Oh, really? Policy makers? Oh, okay. Yeah, they're lawmakers. They're the lawmakers. They make the policy. They don't make law. They make a policy. And it's just our policy that you do this and you do that, and you go 65 on the highway, and you do this, you park there, and these are all just our policy. And the police will see to it you abide by it. So that's where the police come in, because back in the John Wayne days, in the cowboy and Indians, there was no police. Why? Because you have a constitution. You're a free man and can do whatever you please to do. But you take care of yourself. There's no government checks. There's no government anything. You just take care of yourself. And if you want to buy a gun, buy 10 of them. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. You're free as an American. But today, you're no longer an American. You are a U.S. citizen. U.S. is a privately owned company, a corporation. It's called a municipal corporation. It's a company. Well, according to corporate law, you have to have, and this is in all corporate law, you've got to have a president of the corporation. That's just corporate law. You've got to have a vice president of the corporation, and you've got to have a secretary treasurer. Because those three guys are the main ones that handle the money. And since we are giving you permission, I'm giving you permission because I'm playing the part of God. I am the corporation, 1870s. But if I'm going to give you the privilege, and you can be a corporation too, but I gave you permission. So I want 20% off the top. You understand? It's just business. When we're talking about the Federal Reserve, first thing you need to understand is where is the Federal Reserve's corporate headquarters? Because it's going to tell you something when you find out. Corporate headquarters for the Internal Revenue and the Federal Reserve is in Puerto Rico, not the United States Corporation. And why is it in Puerto Rico? Because Puerto Rico was picked a long time ago, over 1,000 years ago. It was picked by the pirates of the Caribbean. That's why today Puerto Rico houses the Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue. It's because the Federal Reserve is today the pirates of the Caribbean. When you begin to see that this is the whole setup in the Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue, it's just piracy. It's just the pirates of the Caribbean, and that's where they started. So what was the symbol for the pirates of the Caribbean? Well, their flag was a black flag with a skull and crossbones. And it was referred to as the Jolly Roger. Well, today, the skull and crossbones are a very important symbol used in World Freemasonry. It's used on toxic and poisonous medicines and things. Skull and crossbones basically meant death. Well, that's what piracy in the Caribbean was like. It was a very dangerous and deadly game where they were stealing on the high seas. And so when you're stealing something on the high seas, then you have to deal with an admiral, which gives us our word admiralty law. Admiralty law is the law of the high seas. England, in order to travel the world and do what they did to build their great empire, were great seafaring peoples. Their navies were next to none. And so this is where the idea that even in England today, they have such a thing as an admiralty. And so it gives birth to an admiralty law, which means it's giving birth to a law based on water. Why? Because England was the masters of the seas after the Spanish. And so today, it's just interesting that the Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue are corporate headquarters in the Caribbean. As it still is today, ships will carry their own flag so that anyone else on the sea will see that ship with that flag and understand who owns it and who's controlling that ship. Well, they developed an idea a long time ago among the pirates to fool their victims, and they would put up a flag of a country that was friendly with, I guess, the other ships coming, and so the other ships would not think anything about it until they got close enough to attack them. Then they would send up their Jolly Roger flag, the flag that represents the pirates. Then the people on the other ship know they're so close now. They thought it was a friendly ship. Now they find out it's a pirate ship. And so that's where we get the concept today of a false flag. And my goodness, there are false flags everywhere in the world that we live today. So many people think that if you trust some country or trust somebody to do something for you and he's a friend, and then one day you find out they're not your friend. They've never been your friend. Then we see the idea of a false flag. They were putting up their false colors. And we even say that kind of thing today, that, wow, I was with so-and-so last night, and he showed his true colors. True colors? What do you mean, a false flag? Yeah, because he's always been nice, he's always been courteous, and last night he was horrible. So now he's showing his true colors. So that tells me he's been putting up a false flag all this time. Now we know who he really is, or how he really thinks. I would say, first of all, it's not federal, and it's not a reserve, because it isn't, there has no reserves. They just print money. And they don't really print money, they print what they call a Federal Reserve note. And it says on the Federal Reserve note, it says this note is legal tender for privates, public and private, And then it used to also say that you could take this to the bank and turn it in for real money. That's what it said on the bills. 50 to 100 years ago, it was say on the bill, you can take this to the bank and turn it in for real money. So right off the bat, they're telling you this is not money. It represents money, but it's not money. And so you don't have to go around with gold coins buying everything. Just take the dollar bills that represents the gold coins. But the problem is the government and the founding of this country, the Constitution doesn't say that it's all right to have paper that represents money. No. Money is gold and silver, period. End of the day, that's it. It's either silver or gold or it's not money. And so if you're going to print paper, and incidentally, in California, the 1848 California Constitution, there's two of them, 1848, and I think the other was 1869. But the 1848 original Constitution for California expressly says, no banking can be done within the state of California. California will not allow any banks to exist in the state of California, period. You can have private corporations who will deal within themselves, but no bank can operate within the state of California. Then later on, they had a civil war, and after the Civil War, well, things changed a little bit. So now you can have a bank in California. So many of our wars are actually economic. The Federal Reserve, I think it was established back in 1913. The way it was established was that the bankers in America, who were not actually Americans, they were living in America, but they were actually British-backed bankers, J.P. Morgan, bankers like that, who actually came from Europe and from England, they got together and they decided to put together a trick and to see if it would work. And so they got together on a private island off of the coast of Georgia. And I'm not an authority on this, but it's well known that these men met on this island called Jekyll Island. Why would it be called Jekyll, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Is because these bankers were not interested in protecting America. They were interested in buying off everything in America for their British masters. And so they came up with an idea that we will produce a paper money which represents money, and if we can get that across through the Congress and the Senate agrees to that, then we will also add a little something we forgot to tell you, and it's called fractional banking. Fractional banking means every dollar we publish that we give to you, that dollar can make us, you can multiply it by 10, by 9 or 10. So when somebody puts $1 into the bank on deposit, the bank can then say that deposit was $10. Well, if you put in 100, the bank can say on their records that you put 1,000 in. But if you put $1 million in, the bank now says that you put $10 million in. And that's how America has become so powerful around the world. Because no matter how much money no matter how many Federal Reserve notes we have, there may be millions in the bank, but you can multiply it by 10. And so therefore, oh my goodness, then you can multiply that later by 10. And now you've got a country that has a massive amount of money. If you put, say, $10 in the bank is allowed to loan out to other people 100, because they can multiply anything that comes into the bank, they can multiply it by 10. It's called fractional banking. It's pretty well known that there is an organization in the world today called the Round Table Group. And their idea of this Round Table Group is a round table of the big bankers, the big shots that run the British Empire. And they come together and they sit at a round table. Why they are required to sit at a round table? because the idea is not one of them is the boss of bosses. It's a group, and they're all equal around the table, but they're all bankers, and they're all working for the same cause. And so ultimately, people don't realize that all around the world, especially in America, you're buying things and purchasing things. And so in 1902, these bankers, these London bankers, they met in 1902, and the idea was that they were going to slowly but surely infiltrate into the United States' business and ultimately get the United States of America into debt, and so that they will ultimately be able to own the United States of America for England. We have documented evidence that the Federal Reserve is a part of that plan to actually take over America and do it in such a way as to get America involved in business, so that eventually the British banking cartels around the world will ultimately own the corporation called United States. And so that's what happened today. We are now under the authority of the British government, in point of fact. Under this system of the Federal Reserve, we've had, it was supposed to be, what we were told is that the Federal Reserve was being put together to protect the fluctuation in business. Sometimes we make money, sometimes we're broke, but to make sure that we always have a nice even flow of money, we need someone to control that. And so once they bought into that idea and accepted the Federal Reserve, now you've had 2 world wars, and God knows how many wars are going on each day that the Federal Reserve is financing the militaries around the world. And the more you finance the militaries, the bigger the wars get, and now they're all over the world. And so we see that as any normal big fight, any prize fight, you're going to have a fight promoter. And this person is the fight promoter, is going to put up the money for the fight and finance the event and pay all the bills for everybody. But he's the fight promoter. Why? He's spending millions of dollars. But he's spending millions because he's going to make multiple millions on the fight. So we have today the Federal Reserve, the Internal Revenue, and this secret government that's operating out of London. And ultimately, they are the fight promoters. They're causing the wars all around the world. And United States citizens and people are getting involved, in these wars, never realizing these wars are being financed to have a fight period. They're called fight promoters. I'm Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for watching.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
First of all, what we are talking about when I say the dawn of a new day, it's a catchphrase that means something to powerful people in the world that we're not supposed to know anything about. Like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. But if you were in the big club, you would already know what that catchphrase, dawn of a new day, really means. So in order to explain this the best way I can, we need to go back to the California legislature back in 1953. It's called the 11th Report, Senate Investigating Committee on Education, published by the Senate of the state of California. And in it, the lead article talks about the fact that since many intelligent people seem to be unaware of the secrecy of governments and secrecy of things going on that we're not being told. And so the state of California Investigating Committee back in 1953 said, we would like to make a few things clear to you, that communism is rampant around the world. And so as the California State Senate is saying that we would like for you to understand that communism is not synonymous with Russia. Communism is all over the world. Russia just happened to be the first victim. It goes on to say that communism is actually a self-perpetuating group of people who want to control power all over the world and are using communism to exploit the people. It goes on to say that so-called, this is in the California Senate report, and I'm going to read this because it's very important. It says, so-called modern communism is apparently the same hypocritical and deadly world conspiracy to destroy civilization that was founded on the secret order of the Illuminati in Bavaria in 1776, and that raised its hoary head in our colonies here at the time of the Revolution. See World Revolution by Nestor Webster. There's a book on that subject. It says the World Revolution conspiracy appears to have been so well organized as to be ever continuing and ever on the alert to take advantage of every opportunity presenting itself or that the conspirators could create. It is significant in this connection that as early as 1783, when unsettled conditions and dissatisfaction in some quarters, a subversive anonymous sermons were circulated among the colonial army to incite dissatisfaction and rebellion. George Washington immediately called the army together, and in addressing them, he said, "My God, what can this writer have in view by recommending such measures? Can he be a friend to the army? Can he be a friend to our country? Rather, is he not an insidious foe, some emissary perhaps from New York, plotting the ruin of both by sowing seeds of discord and separation between the civil and military powers of the national and of this continent? And what a compliment does he pay to our understanding when he recommends such measures, and either alternative is impractical in their nature." And this was taken from Marshall's Life on Washington. He goes on to say, "It is plain that George Washington believed that the center of this secret conspiracy to be, so far as this country was concerned, to be located in New York City, and felt it to be his duty to make such a charge." And here it goes on to talk about the recognition of May 1st, 1776 as the founding date of the World Revolution conspiracy is not difficult to understand when it is realized that May Day is still today frequently celebrated, even in the recent times, by rioting and bloodshed on a worldwide scale. It's a very interesting story about the beginnings of world communism and how it was financed and who actually put this world movement together. In the book Conspiracy Against God and Man, it says much of what the historians had to say is enlightening. He cited, for example, the explicit testimony of one who was himself in close touch with the inner circle that founded communism, and it may be presumed to possess accurate knowledge of its activities. And he was quoting this doctor who in 1914, in April of 1914, in an issue of a French occult magazine called Mystia, under the pseudonym of Papias, wrote, and this is what this individual doctor who was a member of the Illuminati said, "Side by side with international politics of each state, there exist certain obscure organizations of international politics. These men that take part in these councils are not the professional politicians or the brilliantly dressed ambassadors, but certain unpretentious, unknown men, high financiers, who are superior to those who, in their ephemeral politicians, who imagine that they govern the world." So basically, this person who is a member of the Illuminati is basically saying the people who think they run the world, the politicians, do not make the decisions, period. Secret Societies and Subversive Movements is a book that came out many years ago by Nesta Webster, in which she really explains and goes into the background of the Illuminati and the general secret societies and fraternal orders that are operating around the world to overthrow governments and to overthrow especially America, because America has been the leader around the world in introducing the concepts of freedom and liberty and justice. And so these secret societies are not interested in the people being educated or being free. So there's a world of conspiratorial apparatus operating around the world to overthrow the United States and overthrow the whole idea of freedom and liberty and justice. That brings us to the symbolism of the Illuminati, the rising sun, because the sun is very dynamic in its rising in the morning for all of mankind. It brings light into the world. It brings life into the world. So let's talk about the sun itself as a powerful symbol. We see that the sun lights the whole world. Well, this is why the secret societies are very big on promoting what they call light. You know, they're brilliant, they're intellectually superior, and so they have the right to run the whole world for us. They're called the Illuminati because they're illuminated symbolically by the sun. So we have the sun as a symbol for illumination. And now, far back in mankind's history, we can see ancient sun worship. You know, the ancient military used to wear sun helmets. Romans wore sun helmets. And even today, we have cultures around the world that are celebrating with headdresses, sun headdresses. So the idea of man being dominated by the sun is nothing new. And one of the oldest symbols of the sun was and still is an eagle. Eagles have always represented the sun, and the eagle, incidentally, has two wings, left wing and right wing. This is why in America you have something called left-wing politics and right wing, because of the American eagle represents the sun order. All cultures have always recognized the eagle as the best sun symbol because it flies very high, it watches everything, its eyes are very sharp to see everything, and it dominates the skies. That's all there is to it. And so the sun does dominate the sky. And so the ancient Romans and the ancient Greeks used the sun symbol and the eagle to represent the sun. You'll see it in Rome, you'll see it in Greece, you'll see it on coins, and you'll see this coin is in Italy. Here's the Roman signature, and incidentally, the Roman signature, SPQR, stands for the Senate and the people of Rome. Fascists around the world, political fascists, have used the eagle. We see it being used everywhere in the fascist world. The Italian Mussolini, one of the bringers of fascism into the world was Mussolini. His insignia was the eagle. And here we have an Italian fascist coin, and on that coin you will see the eagle perched upon the fasci. It's a bundle of sticks with a hatchet head. That's another subject for another time, but a very important symbol. An eagle perched upon a fasci. And so here's another picture of another coin. And on the right you will see the eagle is perched on a fasci, a bundle of sticks that is tied together. It means something, and it's a very important symbol. What I think is important is that the American quarter is the same, identical as the Italian fasci, because America is based on the old ancient Italian Roman fascist system. And so the Nazis used the eagle. The eagle is replete throughout the world, especially in national coats of arms, political seals. And there we have a classic example of the eagle actually representing the sun. This is why you see the seal of the President of the United States with the eagle on the back of the dollar bill. But this particular seal of the President of the United States is just cram-filled with fascinating implications when you do the research into the whole seal on the back of the American dollar bill, $1 bill. It is a very important group of symbols. It's all based on the number 13, the 13 arrows and 13 berries and 13 leaves. And here we have 13 stars above the eagle's head. And it's in the configuration of all 13 stars is the Star of David, as you will see. And the 13 lines, the whole seal is based on the number 13. The sun in its rising brings light into the world. And so it became a very powerful symbol for secret societies, especially Freemasonry, to give the idea that they're bringing light into the world. And that's what the sun does. One half of the earth is in darkness and sleeping, while the sun is moving across the earth and waking people up. And so it's a war going on in heaven continually between light and darkness. The sun has always symbolized not only light for mankind to see his way each day, but more importantly, intellectual and spiritual enlightenment of the inner soul and the mind of mankind. So therefore, the sun has always been used for newspapers and magazines that are bringing new ideas and new concepts. So we see so many newspapers and magazines carry the word the sun. The New York Sun, the Sunday Sun Times, Sun Sentinel, the heart of your community is the sun. So we see that the idea of the sun is in almost all newspapers around the world. Why? Because the sun brings light into the world. Well, these magazines are trailing on that idea that they're bringing light and intellectual enlightenment to the world. Here we have the idea of the sun rising between two mountains, and this is a very important symbol, the sun rising between two mountains. Here we see on a ring, the sun rising between the mountains of the east. There's a sensational amount of material on the idea of the sun rising between two mountains. And many of the presidents of the United States have said that and used and said publicly that they see themselves as representing the sun rising between two mountains, between the mountains of the east. Well, here we have British Columbia with the sun rising behind the mountains. Here's the Lady Liberty walking toward the mountain, and you'll see the sun rising. This particular coin in America is called the Dawn of a New Day coin, where the sun is rising on a new time, a new day. Now, the Soviet Communist World Movement, when it took over Russia, there were many different smaller countries in Russia, and they all had to accept the idea of the sun rising behind the mountains. And here you will see the idea is always the same thing, the sun rising behind the mountains of the east. And we see it today in all of our advertisements. Here on a stamp in America, we have a stamp which is almost identical to the eagle which is used by the Nazi Party. It looks like a Nazi fascist symbol. And you'll see the sun rising between the two pyramids of the two mountains. Now, in churches and religions in general, you will see the Sermon on the Mountain, the sun rising behind the mountain, and stained glass windows. And in churches, here's a church in England, and the altar has the sun rising between two mountains. You will see it all around the world, this general idea of the sun rising behind the mountains. But what's important about this is that this is an Illuminati, secret society symbol, which then begins to show you how pervasive the Illuminati and the secret societies are in world religions and world government and world finance. Even in the Islamic world, they still have the same symbol as we do. Basically, it means the two mountains goes back to the ancient Egyptian with the two statues, and that welcomes the sun each morning. And there were two large statues, and when the sun came up in front of them. The rising sun of the morning is called the dawn. So when spirituality and intellectual enlightenment comes into your heart and your mind, we say things like, oh, it just dawned on me, what you were saying. Oh, that just dawned on me. Dawn implies the sun has finally brought light into your life, and you see now something you didn't see before. If you can go back to Christian New Dawn and do some research on that, you will see that Easter is referred to as a new dawn when the sun is rising again. Even in the Kabbalah, there's an article about the Kabbalah, talks about the fragrance of Eden, where the one who is caught between the suns of a dying and a dawning day. Watch the way this term, new dawn and dawn of a new day, keeps playing itself into all the political rhetoric going on, all the political speeches. Politicians are using this term. Bush sees a bright dawn emerging. Brown calls for a new world order. Here, the American Catholic Weekly magazine calls it a new world coming. A congressional record, the proceedings and debates of the 76th Congress. And here it basically says, let me call your attention to the fact that on the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States, which appears on our dollar bills, you will find the exact symbol of the British Israel World Federation movement. This symbol is also carried on literature of other organizations promoting a world government and a world religion. And at the bottom of the circle surrounding the pyramid, you will find the wording, Novus Ordo Seclorum, which is the new order that was advocated by Clinton Roosevelt several hundred years ago, and recently by the book Philip Drew, and is now being followed in this government, the United States, by the executive. The book is called Philip Drew. That really explains what all of this symbolism means. It was written by a Colonel Edward Mandell House, and he was a very close confidant of President Woodrow Wilson. Edward Mandell House wrote a book about his ideas about world government. And here is the President Woodrow Wilson. And on the left-hand side, you will see Woodrow Wilson's friend, Colonel Edward Mandell House, who incidentally happened to be a member of the Illuminati. And here is Colonel Mandell House. Here he is with his wife in England. Here in the table of contents, you will see one of the chapters is a prophet of a new day. Another chapter was the exalted conspirators. The administration of the Republic, talking about a new administration here in America for the Republic. Drew outlines his intentions, a new era in Washington. And another chapter was called an international crisis. And another one was the reform of the judiciary, a new code of laws for America. We can see that there's already a long time ago, at the time of the First World War, there was already a conspiratorial apparatus coming out of England to set a whole new agenda for America. And in the book, The Masonic Orders of Fraternity, written by Manly Palmer Hall, he's talking about the Illuminati and the secret societies, and he said, these were the men of towardness, those sons of tomorrow, whose symbol was a blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. And while it is difficult to trace the elements of a pattern never intended to be obvious to start with, the broad shape of a design is dimly apparent, an invisible empire taking over the world. An invisible empire which was not supposed to be understood to start with. But if you really study it, you begin to see that there is a conspiratorial apparatus to guide the destiny of America. And they were the men of towardness. Here we have the men of towardness, building a new world. George Bush and the communist leader. Here we have a new order of the nations. This was published by the United States military. Here's another book called America and the New Order, back in 1949. Here's New York, and then New York is referred to as the Empire State, which is the new British Empire, or the new actually Roman Empire. And so the new empire is here in New York. So New York is a center for incredible treason and all kinds of secret societies and money and all kinds of political machinations are going on in New York against the American Republic. We begin to see that all of this is connected behind the scenes by secret societies that want to be the directors of our destiny as a country and as a people. We need to look at a book by a man named James Billington. He wrote a book called Fire in the Minds of Men. James Billington is probably one of the finest historians America has ever been able to produce. James Billington today is the chief librarian for the Library of Congress. He is considered to be a master historian, and he's taught history in England and America, throughout the world. He's an incredible writer, fascinating his views on the ancient history and the history of the world today. He wrote a book called Fire in the Minds of Men, The Origins of the Revolutionary Faith. And in it, he explains all of the machinations going on in the minds of the guys who are putting this conspiracy together to overthrow the United States. In the introduction, he explains something very important. This is the introduction, one of the introduction pages, where James Billington says, quote, "A recent mythic model for revolutionaries, early romantics, and young Karl Marx, and the Russians of Lenin's time was Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods for the use of mankind. The Promethean faith of revolutionaries resembles in many respects the general modern belief that science would lead men out of darkness into light. But there was also a more pointed millennial assumption that on the new day that was dawning, the sun would never set. Early during the French upheaval, or the French Revolution, was born the idea of a solar myth of revolution, suggesting that the sun was rising on a new era for the world, in which darkness would be vanished forever. The image was implanted at a level of consciousness that simultaneously interpreted something real and produced a new reality. The new reality that these secret societies in the French Revolution, what they sought was a radically secular and stringently simple idea. The idea was not the balanced complexity of a new American federation, but the occult simplicity of its great seal on the back of on the top of the pyramid over the words Novus Ordo Seclorum. What he's saying is that Prometheus was a favorite of the ancient gods with the Illuminati because he brought light into the world. And so today at Rockefeller Center, the main picture and the main thing in the Rockefeller Center is Prometheus, who stole fire from God. Here we have the footnotes for the introduction, where you will see that the idea for the revolution, they talk about back in the 1800s, they talk about the year 2000 in New York. And I think that's interesting. As far back as the 1880s, they were talking about the revolution in New York in the year 2000. Well, that's what happened in about 2000 was 9/11. This begins to imply that there's a very powerful secret society working behind the world governments to overthrow the United States, and that 9/11 was part of it. Here's another footnote. In the back of the book, it says, even speculation about the year 2000 began not with the futurologists in 1960, but the dynamic work written back in the 1780s. The same figure who invented the word communist. The very idea of communism back in the 1780s, they talked about New York in the year 2000 would be a time when the whole government of America would be overtaken and overthrown. Well, it was. 9/11 has destroyed the whole concept of a freedom-loving constitutional republic. But most people are not aware of any of this. Now, let's look at some of the symbols of countries that use this rising sun for communist countries. Here we have in Romania, you'll see the rising sun behind the mountains. And this one is Mongolia.